she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing,
23 Board
but
of
it's always...
Supervisors meeting to order. We'll begin with roll call, please.
Chair McCarty?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Dirty?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
Thank you. So I would like to have Supervisor Haschak lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this morning is, next we have, sorry about that. This morning we have a very tight agenda, so I'm going to limit public expression on any one item to 12 minutes. So I invite members of the public to provide comment on items of interest that are not on the agenda. Members of the public in chambers shall line up at the podium with 6 feet distance between them. Members of the public joining via Zoom shall utilize the raised hand feature by clicking the raised hand button on the bottom portion of their screen or by pressing *9 if they're calling into the Zoom meeting via phone.
Good morning, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation, always, especially in these times. I don't know if anybody notices when the weather changes, things seem darker, and we're definitely in some hard times. And I just want everybody to remember and point out how many people are out there working hard through these hard times. And my first gratitude and appreciation, of course, is for the farmers market and Shamice Cubison, auditor, controller, tax collector, treasurer. I love seeing county people, and especially her, at the market. And she's one of the most taxed people that I've met. I've met everybody here. I've sort of targeted individuals, and I get a feel from them. And I tell her every time I see her, we can't do without you. You can't break. And I know there's a lot going on, and I'm really happy that she had her say. I learned from what she had to say in that article. I don't care what anybody has to say about it. I like people expressing themselves, so I learned from that. And I hope people appreciated that she took the time to explain things. And so, yeah, I understand a little better what's going on up here in front of me. And I appreciate all 5 of you. You work very hard. And that brings me to my next gratitude and appreciation. All of the boards and groups that meet, we had a recent de-escalation training in Redwood Valley. It was excellent. It was the second time that I've taken it. It's going to be offered again. The building was full. I hope the next one is full. There wasn't anybody from the general public there. Service providers, which they all need that. And a shout out to Continuum of Care for the homelessness. That meeting was excellent. Those people are working very hard. I want everybody to know that. And the same for what I watched yesterday in the General Government Committee meeting. It was quick, efficient, and the way I like seeing things go. So I couldn't be happier myself personally watching everybody out there working hard, and especially Supervisor Mulhern. I don't know how you do it, but I've run into you like all over the place. So I don't know if people understand what the 5 of you do. I have a just outside glance at it because I keep running into Mo for my interests. So thank you all very much for covering everything. I appreciate it.
Good morning, and thank you. My name is Mary Beth Kelly. I'm here to speak on agenda items 23-0947 and 0946.
Also, Mary Beth, so we take public comment during that portion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right now, it's just public expression on things that aren't on the agenda.
Oh, gotcha.
Chair McGorty, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Counsel Curtis. My name is Patrick Hickey. I'm the field representative of SEIU Local 1021. The Board of Supervisors and the CEO's office has struggled for almost a year to get a clear handle on the county's finances, pleading ignorance about the county's actual financial position. At the same time, the county has made dubious claims about a structural deficit of $11 million, a claim for which the county has provided no evidence. In reality, total revenues for Mendocino County have increased 44.8% since 2019-2020. Since 2015, Mendocino County has regularly and significantly underprojected its tax revenues, missing the mark by anywhere from $1.3 to $10.3 million. In our negotiations with the county, we've made requests going on a 6 or 7 months now for just basic financial information that's essential to be able to negotiate in good faith with the county. The audit is close to a year late now, I believe. The single audit report is also tardy. There's a number of just basic financial documents that this county is not providing to the county residents to review, to be able to keep a good handle on what you all are doing. What information do we have? We know that the 10 counties and cities that Mendocino compares itself to are offering an average of 9.5% cost of living for their employees over 3 years. What's Mendocino County currently offering? 3%. That's not nearly enough to keep people up with inflation. People are seeing their paychecks shrink, and they're seeing their office staff shrink because people are leaving due to this failure of the county to keep people at least apace with the cost of living increases. But on a positive note, the county is providing and offering to do a total compensation study next year to look at the classifications and move them all up to market rate, which is great. And we appreciate that. It's something we've been working for many years. But with that, the devil really is in the details. When you try to compare apples to oranges, it can be very challenging. One example of that is looking at the various health plans. So if you just look at what the county is contributing, that shows you some information, but an example would be here in Mendocino County, employees pay, I think, $400 or $500 a month out of their checks for single coverage. In Lake County, they pay nothing. But Mendocino County does pay more for family coverage because cost of medical care is higher up here because of the rural nature of our community. So again, the trick is to really compare all these 10 jurisdictions in a fair way so we have a clear idea of what's going on. Two other quick things I want to mention. The county is sort of having some serious trouble because there's
Patrick,
two vacancies.
your time is up, if you would like to wrap it up.
Let me just wrap it up with these 2 points. The Civil Service Commission is missing 2 members, which is making it impossible for them to do their work. They're having to cancel meetings. They're having to delay hearing employee appeals. That's seriously a problem. I know there have been offers to nominate people from outside of districts if that's what it takes to get those positions filled. And then finally, just want to request that the county be real careful as it looks in terms of consolidation and moving people around in office spaces. We certainly heard at the last meeting from the coast that they need more services out there, not less, but the county is looking at moving public health out of Fort Bragg into Ukiah, which would be a big disservice to our coastal residents. There's also talk of moving the public health folks in Willits away from the current complex that they're in with all the synergies that come with being with social services across town. Again, that doesn't make sense to the clients and the county residents that use those facilities. Thank you.
Hello, Board. David Strock, lifelong Mendocino County resident, planner with the Cannabis Department. How are you all doing today? I wanted to say a few things. First of all, I wanted to thank Supervisor Haschek for bringing to the attention at the last board meeting the agenda item regarding increasing the TOT for Airbnbs. As many of you know, it is very difficult to afford to live in this county on a county's salary. And I think anything we can do to decrease the number of Airbnbs and get those houses back into the stock of housing available for families and county employees to live in is a great idea. I just want to say I appreciate all the work you guys are doing. I know it's hard. I know the finances are, well, they maybe not as straightforward as some other counties, but just, realize that we're struggling. We want to do a good job, and we want to be able to afford to stay and live in this county. And right now, it's challenging. Prices are going up. As Patrick said, gas prices are soaring, grocery prices are soaring. So just a little consideration, and it seems like you guys are starting to work in that direction. The study is encouraging, as long as it comes with an agreement to bring county employees to that level of pay once the study's completed. So I just want to say, thank you and keep up the good work, and hopefully we can get a contract signed that works for all of us. Thanks.
I'm a little shorter. Good morning, everyone. I am also a longtime Mendocino County resident.
Would you please identify yourself for the
Oh,
record?
yes. So my name is Angelica Mendoza. I go by Angel, and I've been a Mendocino County resident all my life, born in Fort Bragg and raised in Mendocino County. So I can say that most of my life is rooted here. And so that means usually my work and my family is close by. And that's one of the reasons that I have not moved, is to keep my family close. I've been a Mendocino County employee. I will hit the 10-year mark this Friday, actually. Most of my career has been at probation. I recently joined the Public Defender's Office as an investigator. I just want us to continue to encourage a positive dialogue in terms of coming up to a new contract. As the gentleman before me said, we understand that there's a lot of finances and difficulties, but that also means that we are also having those difficulties. I'm the single provider of my family. I have 2 kids that I need to provide for school, for food, for clothing, and it's really hard sometimes to make ends meet on my county salary. And I know I could leave the county potentially and find a better paying job. I know I can go to Sonoma County and at least make $10 more in my position as an investigator. But that's not where my family's at. This is where I want to keep living. And as the COLA is more so one of the things that we really need, because as everyone said, gas prices are a lot, groceries are a lot. Like, you can't get what you used to be able to get for $200. And how do I tell my kids, hey, we have to wait till next paycheck so I can refill up the cereal, the milk, your snacks? How can I explain that to my 2-year-old son or my 6-year-old daughter? Like, yes, I know you want that and you need that for school, but let's just wait a little bit longer. Yeah, we'll get you new shoes soon. How do I explain that to them? That mommy's income can't get everything that they need right then and there, that we have to wait. How do I have medical bills. We need a better insurance plans. I actually had to, I'm not kidding you, within a year I accumulated like a $4,000 bill from Adventist because kids get sick, ER trips, my kids have had surgeries, and I just want to be able to continue to work in the county where I grew up. I love it here. I love what I do. But I also need to be wise of what's best for my family. I don't want to leave. I've seen a lot of my coworkers and other friends leave for other counties because they pay more, have better health benefits. I don't want to have to do that, but it gets tough. And how do I do that to maintain my family has the need that they need? So just a thought and consideration that when we say we're struggling, we really are struggling. Thank you.
Good morning, Board, CEO and Antle. My name is Teresa Floyd, and I'm here representing Local 1022, and I work at Social Services as a social worker. So a couple of things. I didn't come prepared to speak today, but I want to touch a couple points. I've lived around construction my whole life. So the way I see it is if you have a service truck and that service truck is full of all of your tools, and you cannot operate your business unless that service truck goes to the job site, right? And that service truck, you have just ruined the wheels off it. The tires are bald, and the tools have been broken, and they've not been replaced. I see us as that service truck. I see us as the empty toolboxes that have been depleted. I see us as the bald tires running on wheels. If that is your business and you need new tires, are you going to say, I can't afford it and I'm going to park it? Your business dies, right? We are the service truck running this county. We are the toolbox running this county. We talked about a COLA to keep us up with the cost of living. I sat down and I did my bills last night, and it is unbelievable. Last year, where my electric bill, my City of Ukiah bill might have been 80 at the highest point, or maybe 130 in a cold month. It is now $277 a month. $277 a month. That's just enormous. My natural gas bill went from 45 to 60 at my highest month. My natural gas bill all last winter ran over $200. I mean, that percentage is not sustainable. I paid off a car. I should be banking that money every month, and I'm not. I'm going in the hole. I did my budget. I do a budget. I've cut back on buying proteins. I've cut back on going out to dinner. I don't go out to dinner at all. And still, I'm losing $231 a month. I cannot meet that budget. I ask you to give us a fair COLA that keeps up with the cost of living. I make a fairly decent wage. I'm not entry level like some of these people, and still, I'm struggling as well. Thank you.
So we have one more slot for SEIU if someone wants to speak on the subject of labor. All right, anyone else care to address the board?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Katrina Bartlemay, the Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder, Elections, Registrar of Voters. And with me, I have Tanya Mounts, and she's our Assistant Assessor. Tanya has been extremely instrumental, probably the highest that you can ever say, of trying to get this new property system, along with the vendor and IT, going. We've given most of you, tours. We encourage the ones that haven't come through to come through and see what we're doing. But we have a little bit of an update for you today, and then we'll go from there. I had a heart attack after I wrote this, because then I went to print it and it all went blank, and it was like, oh my God. So anyway, we're still in the middle of the conversion of the Williamson Act contracted properties in our new property system. We have been working with data from our old system and are discovering in many cases the data may not have been calculated correctly in the past. We are this must be one of the things. We do our part of the tax bill so it can be sent on through the auditor's office. We had to do this because we had to send the assessed values so the tax bills can go out on time. We encourage the Williamson Act landowners to call our office if they have any questions. We're writing a letter to the Williamson Act property owners that will be sent out within the next week and will be posted on the website with additional information as we discover it. We value our ag land in Mendocino County and are doing everything we can to ensure ag growth in our county. We're still working with both the vendor and our IT department on accurate reports to allow us to provide updates to the Board of Supervisors on how many parcels were assessed and the assessed values. Our goal is to send supplemental notices and corrections out on a monthly basis. This will allow us to have a much better knowledge of the assessed values being passed on to the auditor's office. We're able to send out approximately 1,050 supplemental notices in August and September. So we feel that with this system has been an amazing feat, and we're still moving forward, and we continue to move forward on that. We're still trying to get accurate reports through the vendor and through our IT department. And we don't, we'll come up with a good report that looks really good, but the assessed values are just wonky. So, we can't release anything until we have a better understanding and a better knowledge of this. Staffing. In November, we will be staffed at approximately 86%. So that's down from, that's up from less than 70% that we had a few months ago. We've hired 2 new appraisers in the last month that will be on board by mid-November. 2 of our current appraisers passed their appraisal exam last week. We are currently recruiting for 3 employees, 2 in our personal property division, 1 clerical and 1 auditor appraiser, and 1 clerical person in the real property division. We continue to discover unassessed structures and will have them on the tax roll as we move forward. We've started working with the Golden Gate Initiative. We're excited about this, to look at our processes, procedures, and workflows. They have started interviewing staff. We look forward to their recommendations. We are also in the process of conducting an election, and that will be November 7th for the city of Fort Bragg. We're also in the process of working on our March 5th election. We're issuing petitions in lieu of filing fee for those candidates in the 1st, 2nd, and 4th districts. So we want to ensure you that we're doing everything we can to get these assessed values out and published. And, it seems like every time we look like we're going uphill, we go downhill. So, we are working with the CEO's office, with county council, with the auditor's office, and our vendor. So we just wanted to let you guys know what was going on.
Thank you, Katrina. We appreciate the update.
Thank you.
Question.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, question. So the great news to hear that the appraiser positions are starting to fill up, and because I know at one point I think it was down to 4 out of the 12.
We had 2.
2 out of the 12. Okay. And I'm glad that HR and the board were able to raise the salary of the appraisers. I still think that they should be paid as much as the building inspectors. For whatever reason, the study did not come back showing that they wouldn't earn as much as the building inspectors. Given the fact that we want people to stay in that job and not leave because the turnover is going to slow down the process of catching up, would it be an option for employees in consultation with you and Tanya to potentially earn a little bit of money on the side? I mean, we know many county employees earn money on the side with other jobs. If, for example, they did appraisals in Sonoma County, so it wouldn't be a property owner in Mendocino County, would that potentially be an option for someone to earn, like if they just did 1 appraisal a month in Sonoma County, because there is a shortage of appraisers in the private sector too. It seems to me that would be a way for someone to earn a little extra money but not have a conflict with their work at the county.
I would think so, but we would have to verify that with both county council and HR.
Supervisor Williams.
I enjoyed the tour, and I would suggest my colleagues try to meet with the assessor and do the same. I don't know who has and who hasn't. This is the only opportunity with Brown Act for me to encourage you, but it's real eye-opener seeing it. We have folks working hard over there. I appreciate the collaboration. I think that office is really headed in the right direction. The tracking, as frustrating as it is, I think is important for the board so that we can plan. How do we want to go out on a limb assuming that certain revenue will arrive in a couple of years? Seeing what they're working with, I think it may be a slow process. They're headed in the right direction, but it's going to take a while. And I want to make sure that we don't spend money we don't have.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I appreciate the report and all that information. And in the Golden Gate Initiatives report, in the CEO report, it says that no information or data was provided from the department. And so what you're saying is that you have the information, you're making progress, but the reports you're not able to generate the reports in a reliable way at this point?
Correct.
Okay.
In an accurate way.
Do you know what it would take, or are you working with IT to figure out those issues?
We are. And IT has been amazing with all their help. And you know, part of our goal is to have a report that has the parcel numbers on it, of course, and the owner's name, the new owner's names, the value that is currently on the roll, the new assessed value, and then the difference. So that difference, you know, may not be exactly what's going to hit the roll immediately because it has to prorate. You know, maybe they bought it in the last part of the fiscal year, so only 1 month of that assessed value will hit the current roll, and then, you know, it will be prorated, you know, from there on. But so that's what makes it so difficult, because we can tell you, oh yeah, we assessed, you know, another $30 million, but that's not necessarily what will hit the roll immediately. It will be the following year and stuff like that. So that's what makes it so difficult in trying to find an adequate report. With doing our supplementals, we can at least know how many properties were assessed. So we've done 1,050, right, a little bit more in August and September. So by next board meeting, we're hoping to have better reports because, you know, IT is amazing. And we get a little bit closer each time, but we're still, you know, not to where we're used to having our reports.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for public expression in the room?
Good morning, Chairman Gordy, members of the board, and CEO Anto. There's been a lot of talk about the homeless issues and various things like that. I want to let you know I had the opportunity to meet with Chief Cervanka this week regarding some of these issues, and specifically the care response unit. There are a lot of different issues that surround this problem, and if we look at them like a wheel, there are several spokes in the wheel. And some of these things, I think that a proactive response has done very well for us with some of the behavioral health things. Now, this is a different program than what we put in with the dual response unit, but I believe that there is some overlap. And so I just want to let the board know that we are having some discussions, myself and the chief over there, and it's been helpful to our deputies on the coast so far. As we begin continuing to look at this, if we try to build out a wheel, there's a lot of spokes that have to be put in place. Now, I'm not 100% on everything that's going on with this one yet, but so far everything's looking pretty good. And the difference between a proactive response and a reactive response is the personnel time, the funding that is saved, and you know, we don't have people digressing into places where they shouldn't be. There are a lot of things that bring these issues together. A lot of issues with narcotics abuse, a lot of issues with behavioral health issues, a lot of problems with some social fabric. There are several things that I've seen over the years that I could have predicted the outcome based on the environment that people were in. And I think that when we start looking at all of these things and take a little bit deeper dive, we'll get some, I think that we're going to get a little more of a proactive approach on some of these things, stop the problem before it becomes a problem. So I'm going to continue working with him on these, and I'll come back and report in and see what we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Matt. That's really encouraging, because we've known about various approaches to crisis response, and it's good to see things getting implemented, and I support you in that effort.
I appreciate that. And you know, the fact that we were able to reduce transported 5150s by almost 60% in 2 years, and that is just that proactive versus reactive approach to things. And it's been good for my deputies. It's freeing us up to deal with things like the weekend that we just had. I mean, to be honest with you, you can only get 5 gallons of work in a 5-gallon bucket, and they took on about 12. So, thank you.
Hold on. So, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I would like for the board to express support for the sheriff and the care response unit concept, however it unfolds countywide. Is that something we could do, just so that he knows that when he comes back, he has our support?
I see that Council Curtis has his hand raised, and probably he might have a comment on that before we move forward.
Council Curtis?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this item was brought up during the public expression. It hasn't been agendized. What you could discuss whether to put a future item on, but I don't think you can really vote or discuss to take any action at this point.
Chair, rephrased. Could we weigh board support for a future item coming back to support the sheriff in this program?
Yeah, I think that probably is acceptable to say that we're supportive and like to hear more about this in the future.
I appreciate that, and then we will have some more information on it roughly the next month or month and a half. Things have been a little busy right now. As they slow down heading into winter, I think that we're going to have more time to do a little deeper dive into it. And also, as we head into winter, when the weather changes and whatnot, I think that we're going to have more interactions with folks, and that'll give us probably even more data to work off of. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. As I've mentioned before, I think it's really unprofessional that department heads are having to speak in public comment. And like the sheriff right now, it's unagendized, so he's not even able to speak and give us information on this because he's speaking in public comment. I think they need their own section on the agenda so that we can hear what they have to say and they're not counted down on the timer. Thank you.
Chair, can I clarify for the audience?
Yes.
All departments have the ability to bring an item onto our agenda, and they have the ability to do that. So if someone has an item that they want to present, they have the ability to do that.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make a public expression at this point? If not, we'll go to online. So first we have Doria Syed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Durya Sayed. Good morning, everyone. My name is Durya Sayed, and I'm an outreach analyst with the Department of Insurance. We also call it CDI. And I'm happy to be here with you to give you an update we have been doing on your behalf. I want to share a quick overview of 3 of our community programs. We have 3 programs: Safer from Wildfires, our low-cost auto insurance program, and Senior Gateway website. So Safer from Wildfire is an interagency partnership between Insurance Commissioner Laura and the Emergency Response and Readiness Agencies and Governor Newsom's administration. So its purpose is to protect live homes and businesses by reducing wildfire risk. And the ultimate goal is protecting consumers by reducing wildfire in their community, risk in their community, making insurance available and affordable in California. So it's a ground approach. From wildfire resilience has 3 layers, like SFW, we call it Safer from Wildfire 1, 2, 3. First, to protect the structure, such as making your roof and vents are up to date. Number 2, the immediate surrounding is brush close to your home. Are there flammable items stored under your deck? And finally, the community involved, your entire community to prevent wildfires from catching and spreading to other homes and businesses in the neighborhood. And this includes the enhanced infrastructure programs like Firewise. And I would be happy to be on the agenda in future and come and share the implementation of these regs to your board in detail and also allow you to ask questions. But I just wanted to come and introduce myself. And additionally, there is another program I said, low-cost auto insurance program. You know all, it's a law. If you drive a car in California, the law says you have to have evidence of financial responsibility. So the low-cost auto insurance program, it's state-sponsored program created by the legislatures to offer liability insurance to income-eligible, low to moderate, good and new drivers in California, regardless of their immigration status. And premiums depend on the county you live in. And it's very easy. I will encourage actually all of you to go on www.mylowcostauto.com and just take the eligibility quiz. Maybe you have a student in your life that needs that, or any person, and it's a liability insurance only. And then we have our department also host a website for all the seniors, and their caregivers, and basically we host this website for 10 other agencies like Department of Aging, Commission on Aging. So it's a very helpful website. It's called Senior Gateway. And honestly, I just wanted to come here to remind you that we are here to help. Insurance policies are not easy thing to review. Please visit our website at insurance.ca.gov. Call our hotline number 800-927-4357. And we are so proud to tell you that our callback time is 2 minutes, and we are happy to review any issues your constituents have. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this.
Next, we have Moyle Cohen. Oh, County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to suggest this might be a good time to remind the public that public expression is for items within the board's jurisdiction, and it really should be specific to comments to the board about items in the board's jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you. That was a bit of an infomercial. Even though it's from the state, we know that insurance coverage is really critical for us, for particularly fire insurance. You know, I appreciate the connection to the fact that state has programs, probably more detailed than we needed. Okay, next we have Moyle Cohen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yes, my name is Moyle Cohen. I'd like to speak on property crime, burglary, and larceny and theft. So I see larceny and theft is very high in our county. I think the only way to fix this is to expel the niggers.
Okay, you're done. I'm sorry, we don't allow that kind of language in our boardroom. Next we have John Kretschmore. John Kretschmore, are you there? Okay, we're moving on to St. Dylan Roof.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is St. Dylan Roof, and I would just like to address the labor situation here in California. You know, back in the 50s, California was like a leading example, probably the best state in the country. But, you know, ever since, you know, the result of the Second World War with the defeat of Hitler and...
Okay, let's move on to George Lincoln Rockwell.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just had a few concerns about, you know, things not only happening here in Mendocino, but across the country. And that's communism. And communism is as Jewish as the mafia.
Okay, so please don't call us with political statements that have nothing to do with our board. Councilor Curtis, anything you care to say on this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I might suggest, you know, we're out over the time the rules typically allow for public expression. It may be prudent just to move on to the next items on the agenda.
We have Michael Katz, and then that's it.
Good morning, supervisors. Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for shutting down that very disrespectful and hateful speech. There's definitely been reports nationwide of council meetings and board meetings and things being attacked, for no other lack of a better term, by racists and people who would like to sow division. And so this is not, it's interesting to see it here in Mendocino, and unfortunate, obviously, but we know that those don't represent the views of the vast majority of our public. I'm actually calling in today to talk about something positive, a milestone that we celebrate essentially here now in Mendocino. Over this past weekend, for the first time ever, our local licensed cannabis community was participated in the Mendocino County Fair and Apple Show. We had a booth in collaboration with Visit Mendocino County in the Ag Building, and it was just really remarkable to see cannabis integrated and normalized as a part of this community's agricultural legacy, and really appreciate that. Really appreciate the work of Visit Mendocino County in making that happen. Really appreciate Supervisor Haschek and the board for supporting this local cannabis community and creating an environment that enables more normalization. And thankful to the board of the Mendocino Fair and Apple Show for enabling this to happen. So it was a very important step in the right direction towards normalization, and just wanted to celebrate that and thank you all for your participation. And we look forward to being there again next year. And thank you very much for your continued support.
Okay, with that, we're going to leave public expression and move on to agenda item number 3, which is the consent calendar. So,
Move approval of consent calendar.
okay. Clerk, have you established the proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Is there any items to be pulled? Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, I just wanted to pull 3Q to see if there was some information from the Code Enforcement Department about the Redwood Valley and their activity there, and in response to the Prohibition District. And yeah, so I just, talking with them, I thought that they could clarify some issues for the public.
Okay, so there is a report. Do we have anybody from Code Enforcement who we can speak with? Oh, we do.
Good morning, Board. Gretchen McLaughlin, Code Enforcement Manager with Planning and Building Services. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Well, I wanted to thank you for the enforcement and all the time that got put into it. I just wanted, there was certainly a lot of activity that was found, and over 50 cases of cannabis in that near area. And so just moving forward, what is the plan? Because obviously it's not sustainable to have all the code enforcement in that area.
Well, ideally, we rely heavily on board direction and departmental direction whenever we try to focus any type of efforts on something specific like cannabis enforcement. Generally speaking, with our staffing, we deal with everything based off of board priorities currently. So there isn't really any specific plan, but that's not to say that we can't maneuver ourselves appropriately if needed.
Okay, so moving forward in that area, if people have concerns, then they need to just contact code enforcement directly.
Yeah, so currently we still have a system set up to where we can receive code enforcement complaints, whether anonymous or where the person puts their information in through our county's website, as well as calling into our main line. So we're happy to respond. We will respond as it fits within our priorities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I thank you for clarifying for the neighborhood what, I think there might have been some misconceptions about where the cannabis odors were coming from, and it's pretty clear that there was a lot of cannabis growth scattered through the proposed opt-out district.
Yeah, I think with a lot of our findings, we kind of found that it was a lot of small backyard grows that were probably causing a huge impact to the neighborhood.
Okay. Any other questions before we move on? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
So any other items to pull? And we have a motion by Supervisor Williams to accept the consent calendar. Is there a second?
There was a second by Mo.
Okay, Mo. Public comment on consent calendar? None online? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Wendy. I wanted to talk about item 3K, the satellite imaging services. I just have a concern about personal privacy. I had an incident myself about a year ago, and it's not with satellite, but a helicopter flew over our property and it was so low that we came out on the porch and they basically squared off with us. And it was really unnerving. And so I don't want it to become something, you know, similar to that where it's just an invasion of privacy. And I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
So I think in this case, this is satellite surveillance that we have the account for. And I've had helicopters fly over my place too, and I don't know exactly what they were looking at, possibly power lines. So we know that some public surveillance does go on, just for the record. Okay, so there's no comments online, so we have a motion, and we're ready to vote.
Supervisor Hatchak?
Yes.
Chair McCourty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So we're now on to agenda item number 4A, a notice public hearing. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution approving agriculture preserve number A-2022-007, authorizing the placement of approximately 156 acres into a Williamson Act contract for the Island Mountain LP in Covelo, APN 11-670-20. Good morning.
Morning.
We'll turn it to staff.
Hi, good morning, members of the board, CEO, county council, and everyone else in attendance today. My name is Liam Crowley with Planning and Building Services. I have two items for you today. The first, as you mentioned, is a request to enter into a Williamson Act contract for 156 acres of land in the Covelo area. The land is within an existing agricultural preserve, but the previous Williamson Act contract was placed into non-renewal and the contract subsequently expired in 2020. The land is currently used for cattle grazing, and the applicant wishes to enter into a new contract. So staff reviewed the application and found the proposal to be consistent with the county's policies and procedures for agricultural preserves and Williamson Act contracts. And that's discussed in the application materials and the staff report and other materials that are part of that item.
Well, if I could just stop a second. I'm sorry, I have to go back and ask the deputy clerk, have we established public notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, and we've opened the hearing, and I just wondered if there was any correspondence that you received on this.
All correspondence would have been in your emails.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Okay, so just to wrap up, the Planning Commission reviewed this project at their meeting on April 6th and unanimously recommended approval to the board. So therefore, staff is recommending that the board adopt the resolution approving the proposal. And that's all I have. I'm available for any questions. Thanks.
Okay, so any members of the board?
Just a quick general question. Does anybody know what is the minimum acreage that someone needs to be placed in Williamson Act in Mendocino County?
There's a difference between an actual agricultural preserve and a Williamson Act contract. For the agricultural preserve itself, it's 100 acres. For the Williamson Act contract, it depends whether or not it's classified as prime or non-prime ag land, or, you know, for grazing versus general.
So vegetable farming for farmers market.
Exactly. So for prime ag land, it's 10 acres, and then for, I believe it's 10 acres, and then for non-prime, it's 40 acres, I believe. Yeah.
It's a question that comes up often. For the farmers who are at the farmers market, they would need 10 acres of vegetable farming, fruit farming, in order to place their acreage in Williamson Act in Mendocino County.
And if I may clarify, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. Also, there's appropriate zoning designations that properties need to be located within. So it's not just that you have the cultivation of a particular area, but that you are also in the appropriate zonings.
Is that limited to rangeland and ag land?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Right, if not, we will thank you very much for your report for right now, and open it up to the general public if there's any comments from the public. I don't see any. Is there any online? Okay. Staff, you can present your final remarks.
I have nothing to add. Thanks.
Okay, so with that, Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I was going to move approval
Second.
of the resolution.
Okay. We'll close the hearing at this point, and then I think we're ready for the call.
Chair McCourty?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to another notice of public hearing. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution approving agriculture preserve number A-2022-005, authorizing the placement of approximately 3,864 acres into an agricultural preserve in Williamson Act contract for the Wildlands Conservancy in the Round Valley area. I'm not going to read all the APNs. This is sponsored by Planning and Building Services. Clerk, have you established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, so with that, let's hear from staff again.
Hi again, this is Liam Crowley, Planning and Building Services. So this second item is very similar to the first one. As was stated, it's a request to establish a approximately 3,800 acre agricultural preserve in the Round Valley area and simultaneously enter that land into a Williamson Act contract. And again, the land is used for cattle grazing, and it's part of the larger Eel River Canyon Preserve that's owned by the Wildlands Conservancy. Again, staff reviewed the application and found the proposal to be consistent with the county's policies for ag preserves and Williamson Act contracts. And again, that's discussed in the attached materials. The Planning Commission reviewed this project at their meeting on August 3rd, and again, unanimously recommended approval to the board. So again, staff is recommending that the board adopt the resolution and approve the proposal. So again, I'm available for any questions. Thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. This is a general question regarding Williamson Act properties. What's the average wait time that somebody has from the time that they apply until the time that it goes to the planning department and then to the Board of Supervisors for these properties?
I would probably say it's pretty similar to other discretionary projects for the department, such as use permits. So perhaps around 6 months or so, 6 to 8 months, but depends on the specifics of the project, whether or not there's additional time needed.
Thank you.
Any other board member questions? If not, we will now open it to the public for any comments that they may have. Is there any comments in the room? None online? With that, final remarks from staff?
Nothing again, thanks.
Move approval
Second.
with a recommended action.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for the recommended action. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair McCourty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, hearing is closed. I should have said that before the vote, sorry.
It was inherent.
Yeah. Okay, now we move on to agenda item number 4C, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to Planning and Building Services on scope and prioritization of general plan amendment and/or ordinance amendment for the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council's draft Redwood Valley Community Action Plan and design guidelines. So, Planning and Building staff, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So as was stated, staff is seeking direction today from the board on the scope and prioritization of a potential general plan amendment and possibly also ordinance amendment for the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council's draft Community Action Plan update and associated design guidelines. The update to the Community Action Plan was part of the adopted duties of the MAC that were in their formation resolution in 2016. PBS began reviewing the Community Action Plan and design guidelines in August of 2020 and provided 2 rounds of comments on the document. In our most recent comments, staff provided a letter to the MAC, which is included as part of the packet today, noting concerns that the proposed design guidelines, which would be applied to commercial, industrial, and multifamily housing projects, may create barriers to economic development and construction of multifamily housing in Redwood Valley. The letter also requested clarification from the MAC on the process that they envisioned for the implementation of the design guidelines. The MAC did provide a response, and that letter is also included in your packet today. And they expressed that they desired for planning and building services staff to conduct the review of compliance with the design guidelines, but that there would be a referral to them for comment on those proposals. Since design review is highly subjective, this would require that building permits for commercial, industrial, and multifamily housing would now require an additional layer of review and move from ministerial to discretionary. It would likely be similar to what you currently see in the town of Mendocino, but more limited in scope in the types of development that would be subject to that review. I want to make sure that I note that based upon the direction received today, staff will still need to conduct further review about how to implement the direction. So if the board moves forward with recommending that we include design guidelines, staff will really want to work on how is the best process to implement that direction received. In terms of funding, the project was not part of the department's adopted budget, but there are funds in our general plan maintenance designated reserve, which can be allocated to cover the staff time, which is estimated to be about $30,000, not including potential CEQA review staff time. And this fund, the general plan maintenance designated reserve, is typically reserved for our comprehensive update to our general plan. So just any use of those funds just limits what would be available for a general plan update in the future, which right now we're forecasted to begin that. These are usually 20-year documents, so in 2027 or 2028. In terms of prioritization, staff recommends that any work associated with this project be secondary to the grant-funded projects currently underway at Planning and Building. So that would include the Inland Zoning Code update, the LCP update, and the Sea Level Rise Resiliency Strategy. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I believe you have representatives of the Municipal Advisory Council in the audience here today as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I am wondering if you could provide more detail about how this could be incorporated to updating the inland general plan, and why not, perhaps, if that is the case.
Sure. So right now we are already in round 2 of our reviewing a draft from our consultants for the Inland Zoning Code update. And that update is grant funded. We have a timeline. We have to complete that by September of this next year. I'm concerned that adding something in at this point in the process may result in delay of that actually being adopted. So I would encourage that it stays separate from that Inland Zoning Code update and not necessarily to slow it down during the processing. It's similar how we pulled out the vacation home rental discussion because we saw that that could potentially result in delays to us being able to meet the grant timeline.
So in your way of thinking, this could be an addendum then to the general plan update after you've gone through the basic study and...
Oh, pardon, I maybe was unclear. So I think that right now we're not updating our general plan at this time. So if we receive direction today, then we would initiate a general plan update to include the community action plan. But in terms of an ordinance amendment, which is what would be required to implement the design guidelines, I understood Supervisor Mulheron's question was to see if we could incorporate that into our current update of the Inland Zoning Code. And my concern is just about possible delay in the processing of that and really wanting to make sure we meet our grant timelines for that project.
Okay, Supervisor Jordy and then Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I just wanted to express support for working with Redwood Valley, whether it's right now or in the near future, because it is, as I understand it, it's the single largest community within unincorporated Mendocino County at around 7,000 or 8,000 population. So I think it's worth investing staff time and grant time into improving the community as they envision it. And to the extent that there are follow-up recommendations regarding circulation or, say, bike and pedestrian trails or anything like that, the Mendocino Council of Governments has planning money every year. Normally, the cities will often apply for those funds through their planning departments. We basically never do at the planning department, but the DOT just basically gobbles up some money for some generic work that DOT does. And I think if there was, again, some bike and pedestrian planning or road planning for Redwood Valley that was needed as part of a follow-up to this, I would encourage Planning and Building to directly apply for those funds because it can pay for county staff time.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'm going to support the community and the district supervisor, whatever that recommendation is. But for commentary, if you were to apply these rules countywide, I think you would have the end of housing by 1,000 regulations. It's interesting that this board talks about needing housing desperately. What can we do to make it easier? This plan makes it a lot more expensive and a lot more difficult, more time consuming. I think you will see less multifamily housing as a result. But that said, if that's the direction the community wants to go, they have my support. I just want to be careful that this board isn't sending a message that we're for housing, we're going to do everything we can, but we're also setting policy that's contrary. Maybe we don't want housing. Maybe the answer is that this county is really conservative and, wants housing but can't accept development, and we should live with what we have.
So my take on it is, having attended many MAC meetings, they're very supportive of housing. They just don't want ugly housing. And I think that that's what this is about. So I had a conversation with Ms. Krog about this, and she said that there are other options besides having a design review committee. You talked about design objectives. Could you explain that concept?
Yes, so there are jurisdictions that have done some objective design standards. They are very challenging to craft. I'm not sure that the current scope of what's included in the design guidelines could be incorporated into objective standards, because it really has to be you meet it or you don't. There is no subjectivity in it whatsoever. So you would say, these are the acceptable siding materials, these are the acceptable roofing materials, but there can't be any subjectivity in it. So when you start talking about the shape and ratio and relationship to other structures within the nearby vicinity, that is getting into discretion. And that would not be something that could be included in any sort of objective design standards. So I think it would, if the board gave direction to look to do objective design standards, it would severely limit the scope of what those design standards could include. It would not be what is included in the design guidelines today.
Okay, you didn't tell me that, but but that's okay. So I haven't just come back from Pacific Grove and Carmel on the coast of Monterey. I know how nice communities can look when people follow basically the same sort of standards, and when you have a nice home next door to a metal building storage shed, it really changes the nature of the neighborhood. And I appreciate the looking for this balance of aesthetics against ridiculous costs and forever kind of processes to have something acceptable to the community. So that's what's kind of going through my mind. I accept the idea that we do want aesthetically pleasing communities, especially things that are kind of in the center of the town where people gather, and public vision is right there. When something's back behind a hill where you don't see it, that's different. So any more comments before we go to public comment from the board members? Supervisor Haschak.
Well, it's very interesting looking at this community action plan and the design guidelines. And, I really appreciate the work that the MAC put into this, and in light of the conversation we had at the last meeting. So this is really what I see as, people involved in the community really trying to set out their vision for what they want in the community. With my conversation with Director Krog, is that my understanding is community action plan is fine. It's the design guidelines and trying to figure out how those might mesh with the process we have for ministerial permits for these kind of activities in the industrial, commercial, and multi-family residences. So it's kind of trying to figure out how we can get those design guidelines in the most effective and efficient way.
Yes, thank you. And just to be clear, so adding any additional review will obviously lengthen the timeline for folks to receive a building permit for commercial, industrial, or multifamily housing in the Redwood Valley area. So, just making sure, I'm happy to accept whichever direction the board wants to go with this and work on the appropriate regulations, but to make sure that that's understood, that it would increase the review timelines for these types of development within the Redwood Valley area.
So I know that the Redwood Valley MAC really poured their heart into this and put a lot of time into it, so I'd like to hear from some of the members now on their comments.
And CEO and planning and building folks. Okay, my name is Dolly Riley. I'm the chair of the Redwood Valley MAC. Okay, regarding the Redwood Valley Community Action Plan, which talks about our process, our purpose, and the design guidelines, and they are guidelines. The MAC desires permission to provide comments on building plan applications. That's what we're asking, based on the proposed community action plan, which will add additional guidelines to commercial and industrial development beyond the current building permit. The Community Action Plan, or CAP, was created over recent years by hundreds of citizens in 4 large meetings with over 100 people at each meeting. There's pictures of the meetings in your packet. We identified main topics as agriculture, public safety, environment, economic development, and public infrastructure. The CAP was written to guide the vision of retaining community character, which is the first document talks about community character, so that is our purpose behind this. And we want to prevent poor design of commercial and industrial buildings. We support development which avoids a monotonous environment but has a design image that includes some open space and landscaping. It's energy efficient and compatible with existing well-designed development. Our plan was 7 years in the making. It's relevant, it's important, it benefits Redwood Valley citizens, it's citizen created, and it's crucial to preserve quality of life in Redwood Valley. Other than this plan, there is no comprehensive plan for development in our community in the county general plan. Planning and Building Services has correctly stated that this will come at additional expense and time delay for these land uses. If public comment has that effect, so be it. You may recall the great effort Redwood Valley community engaged in to prevent Dollar General from being established in Redwood Valley a few years back, which culminated in a Board of Supervisors resolution affecting county-wide formula businesses, and simply now allows citizens the right to comment on permits of such businesses. Whoops, sorry. The design guidelines provide best principles for commercial and industrial development that includes sections that recommend better building architectural guidelines such as height, bulk, scale, color, roofs, etc., and suggestions for setbacks, open space, lighting, site, parking, fences, signage, energy efficiency, and landscaping. These guidelines will promote new commercial development with tasteful architecture and industrial development.
Dolly, you're at 3 minutes, so please, if you can wrap it up.
I will wrap it up. Within lake-zoned areas. We're trying to prevent visual blight and environmental degradation in Redwood Valley. The plan merely gives logical guidelines to future runaway development, gives the affected community a voice and development. We hope to incorporate a plan as the Redwood Valley element of the county general plan. Thank you. You guys have any questions for me as chair of the MAC?
Not at this point, but we may call you back.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christine Boyd. I was the founding chair of the MAC, and I'm a member still of the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council. The Community Action Plan and Design Guidelines that we are presenting before you today are not new. They are the product of thousands of conversations, not just in Redwood Valley, but in lots of other places. There is much research that has gone into these plans by members of the MAC and other members of the community. They were developed based on initially on the Redwood Valley's 2004 community plan. And there was input provided by professional planners who participated in our process. It's not that much different from the Laytonville plan and some of the coastal plans that are already in place here in Mendocino County. The Community Action Plan, we call it the CAP, and the design guidelines represent a form of social contract. You know, we all know about the Bill of Rights and all of those amendments that have happened since then, but I kind of wish the founders had written something called a Bill of Responsibilities. Because with all the din on social media about we all have individual rights, we can do this, we could do that, we don't really have to care about other people, and that's really not the case. The notion of rights comes with the idea of responsibilities. And we've seen ample examples in Redwood Valley over the last few years of people who want to come into Redwood Valley and develop without any consideration whatsoever of the people that are already living there, that have lived there for generations or even millennia. There's no consideration of the impacts that their developments will have on those of us who are here. In fact, you might have heard them in some of these meetings or in courtrooms saying, go ahead and sue us. We don't care what you think. Well, that's not the way it should be. That's not the way we think it should be. As for housing and the idea that these new regulations will add costs and prevent housing, I believe it's the contrary. If guidelines are published in advance and are available to everybody to see the parameters within which they should be designing their developments, that could actually save time and money, and it can certainly help to improve the overall housing stock by reflecting back positive images of housing and a more positive community with a better tax base, which will also help the county. Finally, this isn't, I say this for Mo, this isn't NIMBY, not in my backyard. Rather, what we'd like to think of this as, help make our backyard better. We think that we can achieve a nicer community if we all participate in conversations and plan together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Mary Beth Kelly. I'm also one of the founding members of the MAC, and I'm currently still on the MAC. I've always said Redwood Valley is a community in search of itself, in search of a town center, a community center, a sense of self, a safe place for children to be. As a teacher at Eagle Peak Middle School, I was always amazed at the number of kids that would show up after school just to ride their bikes on the cement. There was no other place in Redwood Valley. The public property that is now the abandoned and ill-maintained Redwood Valley School is being sold at rock-bottom prices to the lowest bidder. Dollar General tried to plop itself down in the middle of our town. We fought that battle and won with no thanks to the county, other than it did precipitate the birth of our MAC. Not long after that, the center of our town was turned into a vast metal storage facility. Public outcry was expected by the property owner, but was not received. No thanks to the county officials who stated it was not their job to let us know that what was coming. The Jehovah's Witness church building on East Road was bought by the county with the promise it would be a sheriff's substation and mental health training facility. It has barely been used other than as a polling place and occasionally as a training facility. Becoming a polling place has taken that job away from the Redwood Valley Grange, who proudly provided the traditional polling location for decades. Also, that building is now in competition with the Grange as a venue for rent. Last month, we had to fight for the continued existence of our beloved and effective MAC, and now the county park known as Mariposa Swimming Hole is on the chopping block and the agenda today. What I see here is a trend of dismantling community, or whatever sense of community we seem to have. Wouldn't it be nice to see a trend of doing everything possible to build up small rural communities like Redwood Valley and support them rather than discourage and dismantle them? One way you could do that would be to support the RV Mac's multi-year community effort to put together a community action plan. 20 years ago, at the suggestion of the county, we did that. Citizens got together, held their meetings, produced a community action plan and nothing ever came of it. Here we are 20 years later trying to get this done again. The current community has attended numerous meetings, put in many planning hours to develop this current plan with the guidance of the county. Please support our small community and give its citizens a voice in how we develop our town by supporting our community action plan. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors, County Council. My name is Virginia Reynolds, and I am the co-chair of the RV MAC. I have been around with the MAC since the conception, and I want to talk about friendliness in our community, everybody's voice being heard. I feel like I've been to all of those meetings where hundreds of people have shown up, and our first meeting was right before our fire. I feel like the RV MAC plan, our design, has been voiced and put together by all of the citizens of Redwood Valley who felt like they needed a voice. And I would like to give one example of the MAC and a community action plan. Several years ago on Road A, there was a problem. It came through our RV MAC that they were going to expand a road for a driveway. And I live on Road B, right by Road A, and I went over and talked to the neighbors to be neighborly, because we have a community. And we found out that the woman who was opposed to it, the only person who was opposed to it, was a woman who couldn't get to her mailbox if that road expanded, gotten wider, and she was differently abled. That community on Road A came together, just with a discussion, came together and made it happen so that now this neighbor has people delivering her mail to her when she cannot get it. Her postal box was put right where she could access it with the help of the other neighbors. I feel like we've had quite a bit of violence in Redwood Valley, and I feel like that could be dismissed, because we can change that if neighbors can talk to neighbors. If again you disagree or don't improve the community action plan in the near future here, we will have a lot of discouraged residents and community people because the voices are not being heard. We are trying to hear everyone's voices. I believe that this community action plan speaks for the people of Redwood Valley.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Katrina Fry. I was on the first MAC committee, but recently resigned, so I'm speaking as a citizen today. I just want to point out that this community action plan is not recently proposed. We actually submitted it in August of 2020. Over 300 citizens of Redwood Valley attended 4 public meetings held over several years. It was an expression in democracy with everyone having a voice. Their concerns and goals for a sustainable, safe, and healthy future for Redwood Valley were gathered, and after many, many hours of work and editing resulted in this document. I urge the county to respect and listen to the voices of their citizens and pass this community action plan. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sheila Rogers, a longtime community member of Redwood Valley. In 2016, I was one of the founding volunteer members of the Redwood Valley MAC. And as the community responded to the startling news that a Dollar General was had been permitted to locate in this small village, a clear mismatch. It was a wake-up call to recognize our right, and as importantly, maybe more importantly, our responsibility to participate and to give voice to how development affects each of us. The mechanism for that responsibility has been the Redwood Valley MAC, with dialogue, continuing dialogue between planning and building services and other parts of the government, and in the multi-year process to create the Redwood Valley Community Action Plan. I appreciate this opportunity and want to emphasize that Redwood Valley is a good place to live. And those of us who live there understand its assets and have ideas about building out those assets to support the several ag sectors and the tourism sector particularly, focusing on locally owned business. I'm a believer in we are all in this together. I note that last week the Redwood Regional Economic Summit emphasized that as this region improves its local economy following the effects of climate change and COVID, we would do well to create systems that work for all, support local business development while embracing our values, and how development affects each of us that live here. That suggests to me that since we are all in this together, we work on this together to iron out and find balance between the load on staff time and the value of public input. Thank you.
Any more comments in the room? Comments online? Okay. So we have Tom Gates.
Hello. I would just like to comment that the last lady was right when she said we need to work together to save the redwoods. I think we need to work together to expel all these niggers and
Okay. Next is Jim Conley Jr.
(9/11) missing link stock.
Sorry. And then Mary Fagan. Not there? Okay. All right, so that's the end of public comment. Board members, additional thoughts?
Yeah, so Chair, I see all the merit to having this type of plan, and I want to support the community. But I don't want to tell people that this won't drive up cost or add delays. I have some of this in my district, and I mean, I have people that spend years trying to get a plan approved. Some of them walk away years in, a lot of money sunk. And so the idea that this is not going to be an overbearing process that, you know, doesn't cost a lot of money, it's just not realistic. This will bring certain developments to a grinding halt. I think if a community doesn't want growth, wants to keep everything the way it is, they should have that right. I can support that. But I don't want it to come back. I don't want to hear in the future, it's too expensive, it's taking too long, why is the building department delaying our projects? It'll be because we made a decision for that to be the case. So where do you stand on this? How do you balance, keep, like what you said, having some control so that it looks good with keeping the costs and delays down?
So I'm hearing two things, and perhaps I'm not hearing it right, but I'm hearing that essentially the Redwood Valley community wants to have nice-looking buildings. They think that up front, when someone comes in for an application, they should be given, here's the things that we feel are important in the design. They would like the opportunity to review any proposals that come forward and make comments. And then at that point, depending where it is, it's going to the Planning Commission or ultimately to us. Am I correct in this, Supervisor? I mean,
well, Supervisor will add to that. You're going from a ministerial to a discretionary process, and I think we should ask the Planning Department, how long, on average and worst case, will the discretionary be versus the ministerial that we have today?
I can say if we use, well, so ministerial today, you come in, you file your building permit. We are right now turnaround 6 to 8 weeks out on building permit plan checks, so that would be the timeline, status quo as it is now. If you add a discretionary review process, I'll use the example of the town of Mendocino. Typically, we have to act upon an application within 180 days, and I will say often it can take that full 180 days in order for action to be taken on that application. So that could be a 6-month delay. It could be shorter than that as well, but I'm going to give you the worst case scenario just so you're, if we're short of that, that's great. But because there is an application process, if there's a referral to the MAC or other entities, then there's obviously a delay in leading up to their next available agenda where they could provide comment back to the office. Staff then prepares a staff report to the decision-making body, which we would have to identify who that is. I would suggest that it would be a body that already exists within the county rather than creating a new design review body. And then action would be taken, which would have an appeal associated with it, an appeal period. And then I do just want to note for some additional information for the board, just a reminder, because I heard it mentioned about the Dollar General when that had come into the community. The board did adopt a community character combining district, which is an overlay zone over portions of Redwood Valley that are zoned commercial. And that is really to address formula businesses and ensure that any formula businesses coming into the area would require going through a discretionary review procedure. So there is some areas that are already protected from I think the sentiment or the concern that was expressed when Dollar General was proposed within this area of the community as well. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Yes, Councilor Curtis has his hand up. Let's hear from him.
Yes, just to add what Director Krog had said, I would just, if you're asking about true worst case scenario, I would say if you're moving from a ministerial to a discretionary permit process, you have to evaluate how likely it is to happen in any particular instance. But I'd say true worst case scenario is the possibility of a legal challenge, which could impose potentially multi-year delays. Anytime you're having a discretionary process, that does raise the specter of the possibility of either a CEQA challenge or some sort of challenge about alleging some abuse of discretion or failure to properly exercise the discretion in the process.
So I'm curious, Director Krog, for the Laytonville Community Action Plan, or the equivalent of it, how does that work for them for influencing how their community appears?
So typically they may provide comments when they receive referral of a discretionary application. So that's similar to the MAC now. If they receive, sorry, let me back up. If the MACs receive any discretionary application right now on referral, they have the opportunity to provide comment and how it conforms to the specific community policies of the general plan for their area, or in the instance of Laytonville, any specific planning document that they may have. But again, they do not receive building permits as part of that review. And so that's the really key change that would be happening here. This would move items from ministerial, a building permit process, into a discretionary process, because that's how the MAC would be able to provide comment on it, and design review is truly a subjective standard. It should be through a discretionary procedure.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so I think when you look at design guidelines, I would say it's a spectrum of gray. So at the extreme darkest end of the gray would be the town of Mendocino plans that Supervisor Williams is, of course, very familiar with. Where there is very strict guidelines, and then there are other design guidelines that are not, they're advisory. And so, for example, in the city of Fort Bragg, which I think is a good model for design guidelines, there are design guidelines which require no discretionary permit from the city in the residential zoning. So I built a house in Fort Bragg. I followed the design guidelines, but they weren't really mandatory, and there was no discretionary permit to get. But they suggested strongly a porch facing the street, that kind of thing. And then you have design guidelines in Fort Bragg that are for the commercial properties, which do go to the Planning Commission or could go to the planning department staff. So for some kind of hearing of, so I think if we looked at that model in Fort Bragg, I think that would probably meet the objectives of the community, which is here are good models of what a house looks like in Redwood Valley. This is kind of what the community would love to see more of. And those would be the single-family residential design suggestions. And then when it comes to commercial properties, whether it's another storage unit or whatever it is that comes into Redwood Valley, that there would be a discretionary permit, not just for formula businesses, but maybe it's principally focusing on landscaping and other things that are shielding the people so they're not looking at a metal building, for example. So I think that approach would probably meet most people's objectives and not delay housing, because I think the bigger issue for Redwood Valley and large areas of Mendocino County for housing isn't going to be design suggestions. It's going to be the cost of insurance. We heard someone from the insurance commissioner's office speak earlier today. I don't see anybody building affordable housing in Redwood Valley in the foreseeable future until the insurance issue is resolved, because who can afford insurance, whether it's for a single-family home or for multifamily, in outlying areas like Redwood Valley that don't have enough water suppression, because the insurance is basically not available. So you're looking at a limited buyer pool of the homes of people who can buy a home and be self-insured and not pay for insurance, or they're paying for the state insurance, which I understand is incredibly expensive because it's only for those homes that the private market won't insure. So it's an extremely expensive pool of people to insure. So I think the insurance issue is going to preclude new affordable housing from being built in places like Redwood Valley until the insurance issue is resolved.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I'm trying to figure this out, and we have this dilemma with the ministerial approach versus the discretionary approach, which is what the MAC wants, to have some kind of input. And what Supervisor Jurdy laid out was kind of a middle ground. Do you see that as a viable option, or do you see other options where we don't have to switch to a totally discretionary approach and the time consuming and staff time and everything, but we do have a way of having the community's input validated and respected?
Thank you for that question. Sorry, I'm thinking of how best to answer it, because I think in terms of getting community input into a process, really the pathway to that is through a discretionary review procedure. So I think Supervisor Jurdy did provide a great example from the city of Fort Bragg of how they have sort of given different standards depending on the type of land use, with more relaxed or not requiring strict mandatory compliance for design review for residential development versus more strict design review for commercial or industrial development, which it sounded like did go through a discretionary review procedure. So, there is also the ability for the board to say, we do not want to have design guidelines apply to any sort of residential development, multifamily or otherwise, and only want it to apply to commercial and industrial development within the area. That could be a compromise if the concern is related to housing. But I'm not sure that, the intent to provide comment on any proposals coming forward would be met through doing objective design standards, because it would really be a yes or no being determined by staff at the time of review. So I think the pathway is either you go that full jump into design review for commercial and industrial development at a discretionary level, and maybe look at relaxed standards for multifamily or having no standards applicable to multifamily, or you go the other direction and say we keep the status quo as is. These are advisory general principles that may be applied when people come forward for discretionary type of development, such as anything that requires a use permit now that would go to the MAC for review, but would not move development from the ministerial category, the principally permitted development, into a discretionary review process. I hope that made sense. There was a lot of discretionary and ministerial in there.
Councilor Curtis.
Yes, and I think Director Krog largely covered this. I just want to be clear for the board. The middle ground that keeps you in the ministerial realm does allow for community input into the standards, but not necessarily meaningful opportunity for community input on individual projects. So essentially, you could say we want objective criteria, objective standards that will do this, do that. But if you're changing a process so that you want the community to be able to influence individual projects on a case-by-case basis, that's the part where you really get crossing into discretionary and only be able to do it through that mechanism.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Jurdy really hit the reasonable approach. This proposal, 180 days would be generous on average. I'd be surprised if projects on average get approved in less than 1 year. There will be appeals, there will be legal battles, there will be referrals, delays getting back onto a calendar. Some projects may be less, but on average, I'd be very surprised if you get projects approved in less than a year. So you're moving from 6 to 8 weeks to a year. And given that the county doesn't have any excess revenue, in fact, some of us are talking about Chapter 9 now, this will have to be a full cost recovery program. So you're asking the applicants to pay for the hearings, the preparation, the staff report. You're significantly driving the costs up. So I can support the district supervisor, but the district supervisor should be very clear, because you're going to hear from people who have submitted applications when they see the sticker shock of what it's going to cost. They're going to be asking, previously a building permit was X, now you're asking for Y. You're going to say, well, because we have a discretionary process. Don't come back to county staff and ask, why is it so expensive? That's the decision we're making. It's one and the same. You're deciding you want local control and you want to make the buildings pretty, and you want to drive up the cost significantly and add a year delay. It's all one.
Thank you for that input. Supervisor Haschak.
So going back to what County Council said, is that if there's these design guidelines and they're objective, they're adopted in the ministerial process, then that would be sufficient. That would give the community the input, and it would maintain the ministerial approach.
So to be clear, it would provide an opportunity for community input into what those standards are. Those objective standards are not likely to be all that is included in the current recommended design guidelines, and there would not be the opportunity for input on any individual project coming forward. So each building permit would not be referred to the Municipal Advisory Council or have a public hearing or anything of that sort.
Right, but if we had these objective standards, then they'd have to, the boxes would have to be checked that they met that criteria.
That is correct.
And that would be generic for all commercial or industrial or multifamily, in this case, buildings, right? But the problem I'm hearing earlier was that we don't have the staff time to really work on that project.
No, I primarily, my reason for discussing prioritization is because we do have several very large planning documents that are underway right now within our department. So adding an additional general plan amendment, an additional ordinance revision, I want to just make sure that the board is clear on prioritization of that. So it's not expected that this is going to be the top priority moving forward, since we are under grant timelines for those other larger projects that are affecting much more significant portions of the county, either the entire inland zoning area or the entirety of the coastal zone.
But it seems like since the MAC's been working on this for quite a few years, their patience is probably one of their virtues, right?
So here's a question for you. When a large subdivision is probably going to go through a discretionary review, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it says 10 units or less is done.
All subdivisions within the county go through a discretionary review process. So anytime you're creating a minor subdivision of 4 parcels and potentially a remainder, or a major subdivision, which would be 5 parcels and above.
So in those cases, the RV MAC would be made aware and would have the potential for commentary.
Correct.
So I'm tending to lean with Supervisor Jurdy on this, that the commercial, industrial sorts of things probably could be design reviewed, but for residential properties, individual projects, probably not. I would like to go back, if it's okay, to bring Ms. Riley up and have her comment on if this would be an acceptable compromise.
I'm not exactly sure of the question, but I want to say that these guidelines, for example, the building units that were put downtown Redwood Valley in our town center, according to the design guidelines, all we would have asked is that there would have been a setback and some landscaping. That's all we would have asked. The other point I want to make is that if there is, we're in favor of growth. We're in favor of smart growth. That's our motto. We have a little insignia that says that. If there is a commercial or industrial developer that's having trouble and feels that they're at loggerheads with whatever's in the design guidelines, all they need to do is come to the MAC. We will hash it out and we will come to a compromise, and then there should never be a problem with lawsuits or appeals, because then the whole MAC, with a compromise with a developer, and these are pretty simple guidelines, they would have us behind them. We would support them because we do support growth in Redwood Valley as water allows and as insurance allows. But we, much like we worked with Flocana when they came in, we would be promoting smart growth. I just want to make that clear. We're not trying to stop growth in Redwood Valley by no way, shape, or means. But as far as residential, to answer what I thought was the question, you can clarify for me. We have very little to say in the guidelines about residential, just that it not be monotonous and be well thought out. So, any other questions?
Sure.
Do you understand that it may cause a year delay in project approval, and you still want us to support it as is, versus the Jurdy approach where you get a lot of the gain without that year?
I don't believe it would cause a year delay. I'm more leaning toward the up to and under 180 days, because we meet 10 times a year. We would promote that development with any changes that the developer and the MAC and the public can come to.
I understand, but it still has to go through our planning commission.
Right.
And so that's why I'm saying a year realistically. I look at projects on the coast, and 6 months would be really generous. I mean, that's best case. Realistically, it's going to take a lot longer. And then second, do you understand the costs involved?
I do, yes.
Chair,
I heard an additional 30,000. Yes, I heard that, and there are grants available for that.
Chair, as a district supervisor, you understand the cost? I heard $30,000. You find that to be acceptable?
Well, not for residential. I wouldn't have residential homes go through this kind of review. I think what I support is the idea that here's the guidelines when you come in for, that we publicize them. They're on our website. And if you're building in Redwood Valley, this is what we expect.
Well, that's very different than this proposal. We're in a public hearing for a proposal that's all about switching to discretionary.
Understand.
And if I may, through the chair, Julia Krog, Planning Building Services Director, the 30,000 that was mentioned, that's for staff time for processing to add this community action plan to the general plan, and then also any ordinance amendment work that may be triggered as well. So that $30,000 was not necessarily saying that's an increase on the cost for each project that may come forward. That would be very dependent, and I don't have an estimate for that. That 30,000 is an estimate of the staff time that's involved into this direction.
Yes,
Chair, I think we should know an estimate on per project, right? Because if we approve a plan that increases the per project cost without knowing what even an estimate of what that might be, we might be in for a surprise. You're asking for staff reports, a long process, planning commission, referrals, probably county council.
Supervisor Jurdy, do you have any insight on what Bragg pays for?
So again, I don't think anybody's contemplating the Mendocino model for Redwood Valley. I don't think there's one person on the board that would contemplate the Mendocino model for Redwood Valley or any other part of Mendocino County. But I do think if we can give direction to staff to go ahead with proceeding with a planning process, which is not being decided today, that would be looking at no administrative permit, no discretionary permit for single-family residential. I would say anything below 5 units, or anything below 5 units would not require the discretionary design guidelines. But that there would still be this planning process would still provide the public with, like Fort Bragg, with design guidelines, which are really, for the most part, they are suggestions for a single-family residential. So that people would know when they're designing their house, hey, here's what we're looking for. And I think that direction to staff today, knowing that this is going to keep coming back to the Planning Commission and to the board for later follow-up, might give the planning staff the direction that they need. And I would just say, just anecdotally, there are at least 3 different contractors that have built new houses in Fort Bragg that I can think of since Fort Bragg's current design guidelines have been in place for the residential, and to multiple housing plans that they've used. And I would say they would all fit in, they would all be viewed as attractive additions to the town of Mendocino. Not that they were approved by the Historic Review Board, but they look that nice. And I think just having those design suggestions and guidelines from the city of Fort Bragg has helped the homeowners, the builders know kind of here's the North Star that we're aiming towards, so that you go in a certain direction.
Supervisor Hasjack?
Just a question for Supervisor Dirty. You're talking about single-family houses, and my understanding is we're not talking about that in this proposal. We're just talking about multifamily, industrial, and commercial.
Agreed.
So are we trying to complicate the issue, or is what you're doing?
But I'm saying City of Fort Bragg still has design suggestions, guidelines for single-family residential, but it's not a discretionary permit. It's just, hey, here's what the town's looking for in general. Yeah. So I think if we could give direction to staff, looking to the district supervisor, but I think we could just give direction to staff to proceed with a planning process, knowing that it's not the first thing on the to-do list for the planning department. Proceed with a planning process that would come back to the board for check-ins, periodic check-ins, for a design guidelines for the commercial industrial areas, but not having a design review process for single-family residential.
If I may, through the chair,
Yes.
Julia Krog, Planning Building Director, I would say that we could certainly come back with options for this board and have a further discussion about that, about how to sort of tier out the level of review based upon the type of development that's coming forward. I think that would really help staff before we really embark on working on an ordinance amendment, so we're really crafting that in the right capacity that's in line with this board's vision. So that would be my suggestion, is to give direction to staff to essentially come back with options for a tiered review system between multifamily housing, possibly even looking at just residential development in general, and then commercial and industrial development.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, question about industrial. I can understand design guidelines for landscaping and open space. But, a lot of industrial projects use buildings that are manufactured in a factory that can't change the look, right? There's only a certain number of options. Is there any possibility we're going to get into a taking situation where on industrial land we're denying industrial projects by setting design requirements that can't be met with commercially available components?
If I may, I think that if you're creating a pathway for some compromise on some of those, and that's that discretionary review process as well, some opportunity for that input through that discretionary review process. I don't believe you'd be getting into a takings realm, but I see that Council Curtis has popped up on the screen here too, so he may have further comment.
Council Curtis?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't know that this would necessarily be a takings issue per se. It may be more that as a practical matter, you've effectively turned your industrial land into commercial, or what other the uses may be allowed. So you'd have to look at the totality of the uses that are allowed under the industrial classification. If some of them become practical impossibility because of the additional regulations that have been imposed for design standards, it still may be that the land is useful as some other classification. It just may be that you now have a misleading zoning code as opposed to having affected a regulatory taking over the land.
So a follow-up question for council. What happens when, under this process, we deny a project? We find that it doesn't meet the design guidelines. Compromise fails. They make a proposal. We say no. They still want to build it. It's on industrial land. How do you see that playing out?
Likely, we would get a threat of litigation from the applicant. It depends on how motivated they are to continue with the project. But it would depend heavily on the specifics as to the reasons for the denial. Right? If it's most commonly, I would expect that they would have some argument as to why the design guidelines are met, and then challenge the decision as to the determination that they weren't. And that would be when it's the applicant suing as opposed to a neighbor suing. The county isn't reimbursed. So, sorry, we're going to get into a little bit more detail than maybe we might typically go into. But when a neighbor sues or a community group sues the county to prevent a project from going forward, the county is indemnified and has a right to recoup its legal costs from the applicant. So essentially the cost of the project goes up and the cost of the applicant goes up. So we have a typical discretionary process. Dollar General is a good example. There's a challenge on the outside. I'm sorry, I'm getting an IM saying that my volume is a little bit inconsistent. That might be my voice as well. So when you have a challenge from a community group, it's generally the financial burden is borne primarily by the applicant, which may then ultimately inhibit the development from happening or discourage it from happening, which is the policy concern that you alluded to before. When it's the applicant that may be challenging, then it's really the county coffers that are paying. So that becomes a burden on the treasury and risk pool based on whatever the basis of the challenge is. I don't know. We'd really have to look very specifically as to a particular case to be able to tell you what legal theories would be advanced, what their likelihood of success would be. But the situation you're describing, if they're highly motivated, they probably challenge regardless of whether they have a legitimate claim or not.
Chair, I wonder if, given you're the district supervisor, would it be better to take this offline, work with the MAC, work with planning, and come back with a plan that's more shovel-ready?
I think that's what we're discussing right now. The Supervisor Jordy is talking about giving direction to staff to take a look at this. So, what I'm hearing is that, first and foremost, Redwood Valley doesn't want to be an ugly place. They want it to have some sense of kind of our traditional and historic architectural appearance, which are wooden buildings and kind of a rural Northern California materials, and I hear that really loud and clear. They don't like things plopped down on top of them that they have no say over, that are really obtrusive and not particularly attractive. So I think that's our challenge, is to figure out how do we get there in terms of a process. So yeah, I think maybe we need more work on this. It'd be good to involve the community in discussion with planning again, and see if we can come up with something that is more to the liking of this board. It's not so much to the liking of this board, but it's kind of to the process that is going to be workable for our community and also for the county. Supervisor, Director Crock.
Thank you.
I keep promoting you or demoting you.
That's all right. Thank you. So I just would want to suggest that you give staff some time to really look at some other models, such as looking at the city of Fort Bragg and such, and then perhaps once we've put together sort of an outline of what may be acceptable, we could either staff can attend a MAC meeting if that's what's desired and have the discussion with the MAC directly, and then come back to the Board of Supervisors. So that's something that we can certainly accommodate if that's what the board would like to see.
Okay, and timeline?
Timeline. Well, I would ask that we at least have a couple months to be able to go through and look at different options and create a comprehensive memo that could be shared with the MAC or with this board too. So I would say we'd probably be looking at targeting going to a MAC meeting in the early part of the new year, since we are already in October here,
Okay.
or just about in October.
Sure.
So I think that's probably the most aggressive timeline I can give, yeah.
Board members, is that okay?
Sounds good.
Yeah. And, for my constituents, oh, go ahead, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I think it will be important through this process for staff to consider state law changes in housing allowances for multifamily in commercial areas. So although local jurisdictions may have suggestions of how they would like things to look, I think that as state laws change around multifamily housing, it would just be important to include that in any conversation about what local jurisdiction may or may not have quote unquote control over. Thank you.
Yeah, well said, but I also think, we can look at the multifamily housing project I really like is the one next to the Sun House on Main Street, which are apartments that are made in very similar style architecture, and they really fit the neighborhood, they fit the location, and hope that we could have some level of sensitivity with the developers to follow the guidelines so that they come into the community being welcomed and not abhorred. So
I think the Sun House apartments that you're talking about, I know they're not part of the Sun House, but we think of it that way. I think they would be sort of the platinum level.
Mm-hmm.
and that's because those were deeply subsidized by the city of Ukiah, so they weren't market rate units. So I don't think it's setting realistic expectations. I don't think you're going to see market rate multifamily housing built in Mendocino County to that level without deep government subsidy.
Well, thank you for crashing my dream. So do you feel like you have enough direction, Director Krog?
I do at this time, thank you.
Right, and I'll be working with the MAC. You can count on it. So we'll be looking forward to bringing this back around. Okay, with that, I think we'll end this item, and we'll take a 10-minute break.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. ¿Cómo educar a un hijo? Porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something. Let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda? Let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
consider agenda item number 4D, which is notice public hearing. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of an ordinance rezoning 24 assessors parcels in the Willits area to add a cannabis prohibition CP combining district to the current zoning designations of rangeland and timberland production zoning. Sponsor is Public and Planning and Building Services. So have we established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, at this time, I will open up the public hearing. Staff?
Project Planner Steven Schweitzer here. Bear with me while I share my screen. Okay, so this is rezone 2021-003, which is an application to establish a cannabis prohibition combining district. This is located 3.5 miles northeast of Willits City Center. The proposed district generally encompasses the geological area mapped as Rock Tree Valley. That includes the flatlands and the valley floor, Rock Tree Creek, and the surrounding slopes of forest and grasslands. The district itself is made up of 25 assessor parcels comprising 18 legal parcels. So, as for the minimum requirements for establishing a cannabis prohibition district, Mendocino County Code 2119 provides 3 requirements. The first requirement is that the district may be applied to an area where a majority of the parcels allow residential uses by right. There's 2 zoning districts within this proposed CP district, and they are rangeland and timberland production zoning, and both of those allow residential uses by right. The second is that the proposed district is no fewer than 10 parcels. Currently, the application is comprised of 18 legal parcels. And thirdly, the applicant must demonstrate at the time of application submittal that more than 60% of the property owners that are affected by the proposed district are in support. So at the time of submittal, 11 of the 18 parcels shown in yellow here in the graphic were in support for a total of 61%. Considering these 3 items, the application meets the minimum requirements for review and consideration. However, there are a few other considerations beyond these minimum requirements that are zoning and rezoning of property is a policy decision, which can make it difficult to apply the same sort of technical analysis that accompanies other projects. With this in mind, the following additional items are made available for your review and consideration. Consistency with the general plan. Another item would be the location, size, and shape of the proposed district, including if it's appropriate to include all of the proposed parcels. To the right, you'll see a map of the proposed district, and 96% of these parcels, or 17 of the 18, are comprised of rangeland zoning district, which does not allow for new cultivation under Phase 3 in 10A17. The remaining 4% of the district, or 1 of the 18 legal parcels, is zoned timberland production zoning, which also does not allow for new cultivation under Phase 3 and 10A17. Staff did have a discussion with the applicant regarding the appropriateness of applying a more restrictive combining district to an already restrictive base zoning district, and what benefit that might add for cannabis uses. Ultimately, it was determined that no planning principles were violated and that the requirements were met for Chapter 2119. Additionally, the applicant has expressed their continued interest to clearly prohibit cannabis uses within this area in the event that future changes to zoning allowances. Another item for consideration is the effect that the district would have on existing and future land uses, including any future or pending applications for cannabis cultivation. So, Speaking with the Cannabis Department, it was conveyed that they were unable to verify that there was a state license or a pending application for state license associated with the one cultivation permit, which is a phase 1 located within the proposed district. As previously mentioned, the 2 zoning districts are presently not eligible for new cultivation permits under phase 3 of 10A17. In addition, cannabis facility business licenses are heavily restricted within these 2 zoning districts, with the exception of the processing of cannabis allowed within rangeland with an administrative permit. I would like to note that there have been no cannabis facility business license applied for within this district. So let's move on to the Planning Commission's recommendation. At the July 20th Planning Commission meeting, the commission voted 3-0, recommending the modification of the boundaries and approval of the proposed district. So these modifications included removing the assessor parcel number with the phase 1 cannabis cultivation application under review. So the proposed district would include all of the parcels except for the one with the cultivation permit under review on it. With the Planning Commission's recommendation in mind, staff has outlined 4 possible actions for the board's consideration today. So these are: approve the project as modified by the Planning Commission, further modify the boundaries and approve the project as requested by the applicant, or deny the project. And with that, I can entertain any further questions.
No questions? Okay, at this
Well,
point.
let me,
Go ahead.
just wanted to be clear that this area, because it's rangeland and timber productive land, that none of it is eligible in phase 3 for cannabis production.
Correct.
And that only one of the parcels has this pending application for cannabis.
Correct.
Right? And so really, we're being asked to approve this prohibition zone for an area that's already prohibited, basically, except for the one parcel.
Correct.
So, okay, I just wanted to be clear, and I think that it comes from this fear that the board might rescind or allow cannabis in the future in rangeland or timber production zones. So that's really the question we have before us. Do we want to give this extra allowance of protection? But according with my conversation with Director Krog, is that the board, even if we approve this, then in the future we could disapprove this kind of zone.
If I may, through the chair, Julia
Yes.
Krog, Planning and Building Services Director, that is correct. I mean, really, this action, a future Board of Supervisors or this board could decide that they wish to rezone any property really within the county at your direction. And so that would include prohibition or even accommodation zones as well, so.
Okay, and I'd just like to state that, I have no intention of allowing, the cannabis in rangeland or timber production zones, so.
Okay.
But 3rd District supervisors come and go too.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I don't understand why this is on the agenda. It's not possible to grow on these parcels today. We have a backlog of permits that we don't process timely. We can't pay for the current size county government. We're talking about what to cut. This is somehow a priority. CEO, why do you want our people working on these types of projects? I don't get it. It's a serious question. This is so far off from priorities. And, as far as the paranoia about cannabis taking off in this county, that it's come and gone. Cannabis is over. Right? Federal legalization is coming. These small grows won't make economic sense. 5 years from now, nobody's going to be looking at doing a quarter-acre grow on a TPZ or rangeland parcel in Mendocino County. One farm in Lake County is about the same size as 320 farms in Mendocino County. So this county is broke. The board, instead of focusing on how to keep out of bankruptcy, today is looking at prohibiting cannabis in an area where it's already prohibited. It's mind-boggling.
Let's see, County Council Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To answer Supervisor Williams' question, the board created a process previously that required staff to spend time on these and to move these forward to the board if there was a petition with a certain number of signatures from members of the public. I actually have an item reserved in an upcoming meeting to ask the board to possibly change that process to make it more within the discretion of the board as to whether you'd like to spend time and resources on this rather than making it a mandatory obligation of staff to move these forward.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I think that my question was probably a little bit more subtle than Supervisor Williams, but it sounds like County Council Curtis has an item to address this in the future, especially and specifically when cannabis is already prohibited in certain areas. I really just have concerns and have had the same concerns since I've been on the board. Every time that we've talked about a cannabis prohibition zone or a cannabis inclusionary zone, it's essentially limiting the rights of private property owners as they exist today and in the future. And even given the fact that any board, this board or future board, can overturn it, it does seem like an unnecessary use of staff resources at this time. So thank you very much for your work in bringing this item forward and taking it along as you have. I know that you are doing your jobs, but for myself in particular, I just think that the cannabis prohibition zones was possibly an opportunity for neighborhoods before policy was set way back in the beginning of this process to try to identify themselves as opt-out zones. And today, as we sit in 2023, I just feel like it's not a really useful time of our resources.
Supervisor Williams.
Do we have any more of these in the pipeline? Are we using resources? Should the board know about it?
I believe this is the last of the prohibition applications that we currently have filed. However, an application can be received at any time for additional prohibition districts.
So, Chair, I would ask that we additionally give direction if any of those come in, that the board be notified so that we have an opportunity to set priorities for planning and building, rather than find out after the fact that we've used an excessive amount of staff time.
Director Krog.
It's all right. If I may, I think council may have a comment on this as well. Typically, when an application is filed, we are essentially bound to process that application. We can't withhold processing of that application.
Well, then direction would be to halt that process. And council can bring an urgency ordinance if he needs to do it. But, we can't find out that we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars going in a direction that ultimately won't have board support. I don't want staff working for months on these types of projects for us to unanimously say, no. We should have an opportunity up front to weigh whether it has merit. And in the case of banning an activity where it's already banned, I'm confident this board would have said no from the start.
Councilor Curtis, anything to add to that?
Yeah, just if the board does want to go in that direction, what we can do in the meantime is effectively warn anyone who is looking to submit an application that there is an upcoming item that may make it so that the petition essentially wouldn't be heard. And then I don't know that the timelines are necessarily going to be a problem, and I've listened to Director Krog, but I think we've reserved time on the next meeting for that item. So it should be relatively quick here for the board to make that decision.
Okay, so I'll just state here, I always have mixed opinions when neighborhoods come to me and they want something, they want some control over the space that's around them from impactful things. So, I have some respect for that. By the same token, if it's already prohibited, then why are we doing this? But I'm curious about, there is a history of cannabis growing in the area. What happened to the other grows and why are they no longer there?
Project planner Steven Schweitzer here. So let me pull up the slide here. There was a few applications applied with the county for cultivation, as well as some illegal activity within the area as well. So I pull up this graphic here. I probably should give you a pretty good idea as to what we're talking about for that area in the cannabis development. So we're looking at the highlighted one, which is currently under review. So we're talking about one application that has gone through the hoops, if you will, through the process. It has not applied through the state for licensure, so it currently is in a pending application. The Cannabis Department has issued 4 letters of deprioritization for this particular grow. And I will note that this grow itself is small in size. It's, I believe, forgetting the exact, I think it's a cottage, so it's a significant square footage we're talking about. We're not talking about acreage or anything of that size. There's quite a few applications that were denied within the district. So there's a few from 2018, one from 2017, 2019, and then if we go further south, not within the proposed district, you can see some of these applications that either a renewal was issued lower to the south, as well as it was withdrawn.
So it's not like we have a thriving cannabis industry in this proposed zone?
Not that's permitted.
Okay, so, well, at this point, the applicant is allowed to do a presentation for up to 10 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Bruce Jackson, and I'm here representing the group of property owners that have applied for the Rocktree CP district. First, we'd like to thank the board and to thank the staff for the work that you've done on it, and to Stephen for your fine presentation. We're asking for a bit of your time to describe the neighborhood and the character of our neighborhood and the quality of life that we value there. I think an important part of why we're here is that many of us moved to Rocktree Valley and made our homes there because of the beauty and the peacefulness and because of the absence of commercial and industrial activities. But that changed 2 years ago with the proposed expansion of Phase 3 cannabis and into qualifying rangeland parcels, as well as the increase in the allowable size of cultivation sites. The rug had been pulled out from underneath us. Imagine what we were faced with 2 years ago. I mean, I know things are a little different today, but things were very different 2 years ago when that was the situations. My neighbors and I have a lot invested in our properties. Some of us built our own houses. We pounded the nails. We poured the concrete. We had a lot of help from the community. And we have a lot invested in our properties in ways that we can't take it with us if we had to leave. We have large financial losses and a larger emotional loss. You know, at the Planning Commission hearing on July 20th, when our project was being heard, we were asked why we felt we needed an opt-out since cultivation was not currently allowed in our district. Ironically, at that very same hour, paid commercial cannabis lobbyists were on KZYX promoting opposition to the county's cannabis zoning laws. So the expansion into rangeland 2 years ago was repealed, but the pressure to expand continues, and that's why we're here today. There's been the suggestion that we should kick the can down the road and wait and only establish an opt-out district in our neighborhood if and when another expansion occurs. But we have learned that that could be too late. The Planning Commission has taken the position that once an cultivation application is submitted, it would be unfair to exclude that property from an opt-out. So we have learned that an opt-out must be established preemptively before any cultivation applications are filed. So we feel it's important to protect our neighborhood now. Otherwise, can anyone assure us that cannabis won't be expanded into our neighborhood? I was going to spend some time talking about the character of our neighborhood and what it is that we're hoping to preserve there, but to cut things short, I'll skip that. If that's something of interest to you, I could come back to it. You know, one of the, I think it was Supervisor Mulherin at the last opt-out hearing, you noted that one of the goals of the county's cannabis policy is to move commercial cannabis facilities that were in environmentally sensitive areas onto properties that are more appropriate for cannabis. Rock Tree Valley is a very environmentally sensitive area. We have among other sensitive aspects to it, we have a creek running throughout the length of the property. In fact, our opt-out zone borders on both sides of that creek, as well as the road that runs through the neighborhood. And there have been documented by Fish and Wildlife, contrary to what some people have said, it's been documented that it's an active fish, steelhead, and Chinook salmon breeding zone. So it's a very sensitive area. And I think the important part about what we're saying is that we know that there's a constant pressure to expand cannabis in our county, and our neighborhood is one of those areas where we've seen that pressure almost bear, and that's why we don't want to have cannabis, that's why we would like to have an opt-out zone now. We know that doing an opt-out zone now and going through the 2-year process, which is what it took to get to this day, lots can happen if an expansion occurs and applications are filed. It'll be too late. So we're asking that the county take a look at what the current policy is. And the current policy is to move it out of the hills, except not where a neighborhood doesn't want it. That's the important part of the policy that I think needs to be thought about. We totally agree, move it out of the hills, move it into more appropriate locations, but we do not feel that our particular valley and its sensitivities and the character of the neighborhood and the quality of life that we have there, we don't believe that that's an appropriate place for cannabis to be located. So because an expansion could occur, and we know the pressures exist for that to continue, we would like to have an opt-out zone to make sure that if and when that happens, we're protected. So that's what we wanted to say, and if there's any questions, I'm here to answer them, and so are some other people from the group. I will note that in our, at least to date, I don't know who's here today, for our opt-out zone, there's only been one property owner that has objected to it with a letter in writing that was submitted. I think you have a copy of that, and comments were also made at the Planning Commission. But other than that, everyone that's spoken and expressed their position publicly has been in support of it. Do you have any questions?
Any board member questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now's a chance for public input. Anyone who wishes to speak, please come forward at this time.
Good morning. I suppose I'm the one property owner that has written a letter. My name is Dale Briggs, by the way. In opposition to this, my family and I have resided on our property for 37 years. So we've been in the valley for quite a while, and I understand the need to keep or to protect what we view as valuable to each and every one of us. But things change, and I had this big speech already, and now I'm winging it because everything's changed. So I believe in property rights, and if the time comes that rangeland, which has already been established, is not permitted for commercial grows. But if it changes, does other property owners' rights supersede my rights to apply for a permit and see if I could possibly grow on my land, which I've had for 37 years? Somehow their rights make mine non-existent. And I just don't agree with that. I agree about the beauty. It is a sensitive area, as most areas are that we all live in. There's creeks and rivers and forests, and we all have interface. And as I was here at the meeting when you were talking about the CP district for Redwood Valley, and there was a lot of good issues on both sides that are very supportive. But ultimately, if the board is looking for clean industry and tax revenue to, as you have talked about, staff time, going bankrupt, if you're looking for this kind of stuff and then you're going to make these exclusion zones, what are you telling clean industry? Well, you better look really careful if you want to spend money in Mendocino County, because maybe if you're going to put in a commercial grow somewhere, the neighbors will get a CP position going, and you've already purchased this land, and now you're not going to be allowed to grow. Do you think that's a good direction for the county for tax revenue? I wouldn't think so. Anyway, I thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to get that out. And I think as a property owner, I have just as much right to do what the county says that I am able to do with zoning as those that want to keep the land the way it was. But if we go back 37 years, I can tell you there's been a lot of change since then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Ellen Drell, and I am a supporter of the opt-out overlay district. I just want to say that our opt-out district is in some ways similar to what Supervisor McGorty described that Redwood Valley is attempting to do through their community action plan, which is to have a way to maintain the historic and aesthetic character of their community. And we are asking the same thing. We're asking to use a tool that the county has provided to neighborhoods to preserve the historic and aesthetic character of their neighborhood for at least 10 years. And that gives us some assurance that things won't change too dramatically and too rapidly over the next period of time, and that we have some assurances as property owners that the character of our neighborhood will remain the same. And I just want to also underscore what Bruce so clearly described, that you know, it makes a lot of sense to create the opt-out overlay zone now when there is no one in the zone with an application to grow cannabis, and there is, so it's a perfect opportunity to let it be known to the public that this neighborhood within a certain boundary does not allow commercial cannabis activities. So it seems like the perfect opportunity and the perfect place to apply this tool that a previous Board of Supervisors felt was an important, nuanced way for neighborhoods to protect the character of their neighborhood, as the majority or the supermajority of people in that neighborhood wanted to do it. So it would be a good and easy time to apply this overlay district. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room care to weigh in?
Yeah. My name is Bob Cronin. Oops, I'm on this application. I'd just like to say that we've been there, we're newcomers, 23 years, 22 years, and 6 properties have been sold since we've been there, and every one of them has had a grow on those properties, even though they're not allowed to grow on those properties. One of them clear cut the top of a mountain. Another one built a fence that's just rotting and deteriorating in a field right now. Another one, we saw multiple 2,500 gallon tanks going down the road and over 2 million gallons of water in 11 to 12 water trucks a day going up our narrow road, one lane in some places. I had a guy come out, I talked to a guy yesterday, he said he was out driving out there and a water truck almost took him out. Our road has deteriorated. Some of it has fallen in the side of the cliff, it's had to be replaced. Now you want to talk about saving money? I don't think the sheriff has the facilities to go out there and take care of all these grows, and the cleanup on some of these grows, the Green Barn in particular, who is polluting the creek, who is taking water from our creek. This isn't, I don't know. We don't need that blight, and there's a bench out there that says, sit down and relax and enjoy the view. Well, we've got hoop houses all over the place, and the county has not guaranteed that they will not ban growing in that valley. There's no guarantee from you, and that's what this is all about, is to get that guarantee that says, hey, we don't want this stench, we don't want these trucks coming down our narrow road, which if we're towing a trailer, we can't get by them, and it's hard enough to get by a car. We don't want the lights, the generators, we don't want any of that stuff. We don't want our water table taken out. We just want to live in a nice, quiet valley where you can't hear a sound at night. I'm sorry, but we're pretty passionate about that, otherwise we wouldn't be here. And as far as the money goes, how much does it cost to clean up these grows when you have these diesel spills and you have all this garbage out there and you have rat infestations and whatnot, which we have also had because they cleared it, they built a fence. We told them they couldn't grow. They were in rangeland. They said, nope, we were told we can grow here, very confidently. So I know a lot of you, seems to me, are already rather closed-minded to this deal, and I think that's really not good. You need to, have any of you been to the valley? I doubt it. So you don't even know what we're trying to preserve there. I have a lot more, but that's all I'm going to go with. Thank you.
Could I please get a clear restatement of your name?
Pardon me?
Could I get a clear restatement of your name?
Bob Cronin. It's on the application.
Any more comment in the audience?
Hi, my name is Elora Babini. I think that it would just be advantageous to the board to look at the combining district for the prohibition districts to follow zoning that is allowed for cultivation moving forward, to eliminate some of the prohibition districts that are being applied for on zoning that is already eliminated from cannabis cultivation.
Okay.
Thank you for hearing us today. My name is Henry Shevitz. I and my wife, we live at the head of the holler, so to speak, the very top of Rock Tree Valley. Our spring is the headwaters of Rock Tree Creek. And very simply, I support the opt-out zone. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience who wishes to make comment this time? If not, we will go to online. So first we have phone number 8120.
Hello, good morning. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Good morning, supervisors and staff. This is Susan Tibbin, lovingly and legally. You know, with regard to prohibition zones, I'm very moved by all the speakers. And if we can look more broad, 1968, the Fair Housing Act was passed in the United States, which technically outlawed redlining or exclusion of certain groups of people from communities. This is a situation that unfortunately continues to occur, but with different adjectives, different verbs. Black people, Asian people, Valley or Untouchable people in India, now in Mendocino, people who do not fit in to a local community by dint of how they make their living, by dint of how they live. We're not talking about law enforcement issues. We're not talking about environmental crimes. We're talking about people who may have a little different way of living. And I'm just really, really hoping that we realize that we're better than this. We do not need to continue this ugly and discriminatory exclusionary practice. Let's be mindful of what's really, really important now. Supervisor Williams brought a very important point forward, and I thank him for doing that. We're in a dire financial situation. Cannabis growers, particularly medicine makers, are in a dire financial situation, and I'm hoping we can come together and be a little more realistic. We do not need to redline, and this is redlining. Let's work together and make it possible for people with a little different view of life to live together. None of us want to see environmental degradation, and I think if we work together on this and perhaps adopt the suggestion that it's not necessary right now to devote funds to fixing a problem which doesn't really exist right now, might be a way to go. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors, county staff. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Broadly, we do not support prohibition zones. We believe that it is unreasonable to have restrictions on cannabis that do not exist on other industries. Specifically, the parcel that has the application in at this moment is a 2,500 square foot cultivation parcel. So we understand that that is a tiny footprint as far as size goes, especially compared to the size of some of these parcels. And so, the idea that that is commercial industry rather than a cottage industry is really just based on naming conventions at the state level and should be recognized as such. If the board in this instance does not choose to explicitly reject this prohibition zone, we certainly recommend that the operator who has a permit application in be able to continue in their process. But more broadly, we feel that the ability for these prohibition zones to take county resources from nothing more than a group of signatures is dangerous policy and really sets a bad precedent and creates a bad environment for businesses moving forward and disincentivizes folks to stay here and to come here to support our fledgling economy. So certainly recommend that the board take that into consideration. I appreciate the conversation that happened thus far, and we appreciate the board taking this into consideration. Thank you so much for your time.
Supervisor Williams.
Move denial and direct code enforcement to focus on the parcels included in the proposal today. Same procedures and pattern as Redwood Valley.
Second.
Okay, staff, final comments?
I would request a clarification on that. If that direction related to code enforcement is similar to Redwood Valley, to throw all our resources into it as the top priority for the division?
It's only 24 parcels.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, so that way if we're responding to that as opposed to other complaints, that we're in line with the direction.
Any further comments? Okay.
I'd like to hear from the district supervisor.
Supervisor Hasjack, what's your feelings about this?
Well, Rocktree Valley is a beautiful valley, and I can understand these people's concern. It goes back to the expansion ordinance that the board passed 4-1 a couple of years ago, and I think there's distrust. the people spoke clearly, you know, with the number of signatures that were gathered to reject that proposal. And the board subsequently voted to uphold those, you know, or get rid of the ordinance as it existed. And I think that the board would be, it would be a good plan to keep with that sentiment of what the people wanted, which was not to have rangeland or, you know, the resource lands, cannabis production, and the expansion. And so that's what this is coming from, that feeling that, you know, how can they trust the board or in the future? With that said, you know, it is problematic that you know, all of these sites are already prohibited from cannabis production. So I think that the people, you know, did the process as the previous boards have laid out, and I have no problem with that.
Okay. Supervisor Jordy?
I think this application came forward for a number of reasons. One was the ordinance that Supervisor Hatchak just referenced that he voted against, and the rest of us voted in favor of, and then we voted to rescind. And I think that did have a ripple effect in the community where people were concerned that this board was going to approve cannabis in almost every conceivable way. And I guess I would like to reassure the public that while I'm on the board, which is for another 15 months, you know, I won't be supporting expansion of cannabis into new zoning into areas where it's not allowed right now. I guess I would like to, for the benefit of the public, I'd like to ask the makers of the motion, couldn't they reassure the community that while they serve on the board, that they would not support expansion of cannabis into rangeland or into timber harvest lands?
I don't think that's the right place to cultivate. I think the board has, and I support what the board has said in the past, the right place to grow cannabis is previously disturbed ag land, ideally larger parcels. And that's not what's being described here. My issue with this proposal is that it's banning where it's already banned. It's using staff time for no effective change in policy. But going back to 2218, the ordinance that was repealed, that would not have allowed growing on these 24 parcels. That was a discretionary model as opposed to the ministerial. So an applicant may have come forward and the public would have shown up and the planning commission would have said, no, you're not growing there. It's an environmentally sensitive area. It's not an appropriate place to grow. So I'm a little bit at odds with the messaging that previously this was a risk, that there would have been growing on these parcels. I don't believe there would have. But I have no intention on bringing forward any sort of expansion model.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Sure. Well, Supervisor Jordy has 15 months left on the board. I hope that I have more than that. And so at this point in time, I'm not going to say what future colleagues and what future community direction might be. I agree with Supervisor Williams' comments that a discretionary use permit process would not likely have approved growing in this area and not likely in the future, but I'm not at this point going to say never.
Supervisor Hatchak, any thoughts?
Well, I think my record's been clear on where I stand on this, and so I would not have, will not go for that kind of expansion. And I think that the economics of cannabis is different now, but the sentiments still remain the same, and people don't want to have to go through a discretionary protest. You know, if we're saying, hey, it could be grown in rangeland and go through the discretionary process, then, these people don't want that. So, in that way, I'm supportive of what they're trying to do.
Supervisor Williams?
So more effective than banning what's already banned is the second part of the motion, which is to have code enforcement look at this neighborhood. It sounds like there are some real concerns about quality of life, environmental destruction. And, that's something I think we can address. Redwood Valley code enforcement within, was it 30 days, 45 days? found half the parcels. You do the Venn diagram of, it's the same people who were wanting a prohibition district were probably growing, right? We have 48 out of 103 parcels or some such. So I think that, it's good that the public came today to express the concerns in the neighborhood, and I think it is the county's obligation to address the illegal grows.
Yeah, my feeling on it is that 2 years ago was a different climate, and there was some genuine concern about the expansion of the industry. There was also a lot of illegal activity, which I think is still what people react to, and it doesn't sound like a lot of the grows that were discussed here today ever been bothered with the permit process. So it appears that they're protected now. However, I still really believe in, maybe this isn't constitutionally correct, but I still believe in neighborhoods having some say over what happens to land use in their area if they feel it's really very incompatible with what they like about the place. So that under property rights, I also respect. So if somebody decided they wanted to put an intensive rangeland swine unit out there, I think people would have something to say about that. That would be impactful. So we always want to keep the option open to review land use, even when it's, I guess the problem is when land use becomes a public nuisance. That's when we want options for adjacent property owners to be able to take some action. But with that, I think we're closing the board hearing. So we now have a proposal and a motion on the floor. So I think we're ready to call for the vote.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Well, I would have voted to uphold the application, but since that's not a motion on front of the board, I'll vote yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Abstain.
All right, the motion carries with Supervisor McGordy abstaining.
Okay. Thank all of you for coming and for participating. And we move on now to agenda item number 4E, which is another notice of public hearing, discussion and possible action regarding the closeout of 2 Mendocino County Community Development Block Grants, including one for micro enterprise technical assistance and the other for micro enterprise mini grant and technical assistance program. Sponsors planning and building.
Building services. This is a new requirement for HCD that's just beginning, where a public hearing needs to be held to close out grants. So this is the 2018 micro enterprise, with the subrecipient was West Company, and the 2020 was our COVID grant. The grant was fully expended, except the COVID grant does have $61,000 due to the reporting deadline and not being able to extend any of those terms for COVID. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Questions from any board members?
Just briefly, are there any revolving loan or revolving dollars that are going into the program income account?
Not with this. It's not for payoffs for loans. This is just micro enterprise, which is technical assistance for micro businesses of 5 or under, and then COVID was grants. There's no repayments at all.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think we need review of CDBG grants in general, our approach as a county, noticing that other counties are much more successful in all directions. Maybe it's that we don't qualify, but it may also be that it may be on our side. Any thoughts from staff? Either.
If I may, through the chair, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. As you're aware, there's previous board direction to transition CDBG into the executive office, at least portions of that, into the grants division.
Yeah.
So I believe you will be having some further updates from that grants division coming forward.
Okay, and second, not just CDBG, but I understand City of Ukiah may have received $100 million in the aggregate of grants. So it's peculiar that our county is bottom of the list when I look at state grant funds, where they're flowing. Somehow we're left out. Do we have any sense, is that based on eligibility and that we simply can't meet the criteria? Or is it that we're not applying the same level as neighboring counties and cities?
If I may, through the
Yeah.
chair.
Yes.
Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building. I would say prior to the CEO's grant division, we didn't have enough staff to address the grants that were out there. I would expect a much greater return. I know the grants division has multiple projects in the works, as well as recently Planning and Building was able to secure 3 other grants not related between LCP and Coastal Commission.
So maybe it's latency. The problem has been fixed. It'll just take some time before we see the results. What a shame that for years maybe we've been missing hundreds of millions of dollars.
If I may, through the chair, Darcy Antle, CEO. Adrian said it very well. Prior to looking at, in this county, prior to looking at funds for hazard mitigation and disaster relief, this county did not go after additional grant funds out in the community, in the state, or any other. And we began that process in 2018. And then under the direction of this board, we've established the grant unit, which is moving forward. I know it said that we have not gotten a lot of money, but we did get over the $6 million from HCD for multifamily housing, which will remain with PBS. That is not coming into the grants division.
Supervisor Jordy.
I don't think that was a competitive grant. I think that was just an allotment to us. We just had to accept the money. But from 2016 to 2021, just to validate what Supervisor Williams just said, during those 6 years, the County of Mendocino received $1,044,000 in CDBG funds because, I don't know, I believe we only applied for $1 million. City of Ukiah obtained $2 million. City of Fort Bragg during those same 6 years obtained $6 million. And we actually have more ability to obtain the funds than the cities because we have more census blocks that are low-income census blocks than the cities have. So we just don't exhibit a lot of hustle when it comes to this program, and I hope that we will start to show some hustle going forward.
So it appears that there are some missed opportunities, but it also appears that maybe, having capacity and focus to do things is also critical. And I'm hoping that under the new arrangement the board has suggested is that CEO Antolin and her team and contracts and grants will be able to improve our showing. Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Well, I have to close the hearing, which I didn't open. So, all right. So, staff, any final remarks?
Thank you, Supervisors. I will just note that on October 31st, we do have a grant discussion coming forward for program income that will come from the CEO's grant division, as well as Planning and Building will participate as we transition out. Thank you.
Okay. No further questions from board? Okay. Let's move on then to your proposal.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. Let's have a roll call vote. Sorry.
There's none online. Public comment?
Well, we don't do public comment on this, according to this.
Yes, we do need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't know if there might be an error on the script, but there should be.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that part. So, yes, is there any public comment on this issue? Any public comment online?
No.
Okay, with that, we're ready to call for the vote.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Chair McWherty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we have lunch scheduled, and believe it or not, we're on time. Shall we go ahead and take how many minutes?
Yes, it's at the discretion of this board if you would like to use 30 minutes and come back a little earlier so you can get started. But it's your decision.
30 sounds good.
We do have at least one closed session, don't we?
You have closed session at the end of the day.
Yes. Is that all right with everyone? 30 minutes? Okay, 30 minutes it is. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
The thing I really want to mention, just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land and when you're in baby world you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación.
Session. We're moving on to agenda item 4F, notice of public hearing, discussion and possible action including adoption of resolution of abandonment of the real property known as Mariposa swimming hole pursuant to county park abandonment laws of 1959, sponsored by General Services and County Council. So first thing we have to ask is, has notice been established?
Notice has been established.
Okay. All right, so we're going to open up the hearing now, hearing first from staff and then from any constituents and discussion by board members. And is there any correspondence or telephone calls received?
All correspondence would have been sent to the BOS email and should be in your inboxes.
Okay. All right, we're ready for staff.
Good afternoon, board members. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. As indicated before you, you have the second phase of the abandonment of the property known as the Mariposa swimming hole. We provided you with a summary of the history of the property. This second hearing is again in the following the abandonment procedures. The board first adopted their intent by resolution to abandon this property on July 25th. We waited the 60-day period. We conducted all noticing, and this would be the final stage again in that abandonment proceedings. We're here to answer any questions. Most notably, within the staff report, we do indicate that this property, because of the size and the limitations of the parcel, it's really limited in what it could be used for in the public. And it's not appropriate or convenient or necessary for park purposes. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Oh, okay. Are there any questions from board members on this? All right. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hi there. Mary Beth Kelly again, a 31-year resident of Redwood Valley. It sounds like this is a done deal, but I'm going to get my voice out here. I am outraged that our Board of Supervisors is contemplating getting rid of public lands, specifically the county park known as Mariposa Swimming Hole. I think the majority of the registered voters in Mendocino County would also agree, but we really have not had enough time to gather the signatures stating so. We got 130 signatures, and I'm convinced we could easily get the required 200 if we had a little more time. Every single person, I sat out at the Redwood Valley Farmers Market, the RV Mac, I sat at many public things, and every single person I talked with about this was surprised. They did not know it was happening, despite the property being posted, and they were outraged when they found out what the plans were. You say that the notice was given. I have to question how, besides posting it on the fence. It's not in the public awareness that this is happening. The swimming hole was donated in 1974 for the specific purpose of being a public park, and generations of citizens have enjoyed its cool, shaded, and picturesque features. By a show of hands, I'm wondering how many of you have actually visited this park recently or ever? Okay. Mariposa Swimming Hole is exactly half of all the parks we have in Redwood Valley. And the other one, Lions Park, might also soon be on the chopping block, as I saw from the last meeting. The county's legal beagles have found a way around the original deed's condition of use, which stated it was only to be used as a public park. And I have to wonder, was there ever an attempt to reach out to the appropriate persons to refile, I can't remember what it was, some kind of extension that needed to be filed after 2005. All this time, it's been that way, and only now the county has found a way to make that work for their purposes, which is to get rid of the park. I'm just wondering, was it, how much effort was put into keeping this park? What are the specifics about why this park is not viable? How much money does it actually cost our county? This seems like it might be small potatoes compared to the larger cuts that could and should be made in this county. Our county is quick to find ways to get rid of public lands, which is final. Why not put your efforts towards keeping these valuable lands so that future generations can also enjoy them? Thank you.
Any more public comment?
Good afternoon, Carrie Shattuck. I'm just curious, has anyone come forward to take this property? You're abandoning it? It's just going to sit there and degrade, or what's the plan with it when we abandon it?
Well, that would probably be the next step. So, Councilor Kujawski, if you'd like to mention or explain what happens when properties are no longer, when they're declared surplus by the county.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski. So yes, the action was also to declare it surplus at the last meeting 2 months ago. And so I believe GSA has done some notices according to that process. That generally requires notice to be given to certain housing people to see if they get the first cut of that land for the most part. I'm not sure if they've received any of those things, but after that, I believe they market it.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, just in response to what Mary Beth said, is that I don't think the real issue is the cost of, well, the cost of maintaining is pretty low, but the county hasn't been putting in anything into it, and the real cost is the liability of it. And so we're hoping that a community group can come in and take care of it properly and take over the responsibility. I think that would be the ideal plan.
Supervisor Dirty.
Yeah, so even though it's not in my district and I'm not on the board's ad hoc committee looking into parks, I did reach out to a local nonprofit, and they have expressed interest in taking over some of the county's parks. So I'm not on that ad hoc. I don't know the current status of that. I know that they're interested in that, and so I don't know if Director Rao can speak to that. But I think the hope is that there are nonprofits that would take over these parks because the county cannot. And just as context, we just adopted for the first time since I've been on the board, so 11 years, we had just adopted a budget that for the first time relied on one-time revenue to pay for ongoing expenses in the amount of $7 million. So that's nothing to be proud about, but that's sort of the state of things with the county budget because we moved county employees very close to market in terms of their wages and benefits. So, and now we're struggling to keep them there. And so with that, and then our pension costs are going to grow by another $3 million next year. That puts us a structural deficit of 10. If we do have a contract with employees, which of course we want to have, that moves them closer to market, that moves them to market, that's going to add another, who knows, $3, $4, $5 million on top of that $10 million structural deficit. So, we do have some good news later today where the executive office and the Golden Gate Bridge team have found at this point $5.5 million in cost cutting and savings that are ongoing savings, but that's by my count only about a third of where we need to be. And so we still got a lot of work to do. This is, as you might say, small potatoes, but basically the county budget has to be balanced both with the big and the small cuts.
Any other supervisors? Okay. Final remarks from staff?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, I wanted to clarify the vote requirement for today's meeting. It was noted in the agenda summary as being unanimous, and then looking at the statutes, it was unanimous for the resolution of intention that was adopted several weeks ago, but not for today's meeting. A majority vote, I think, would suffice.
Since it's my district.
Do we have an update on any of the nonprofits being interested in this particular park or any of the other parks?
If I might, through the chair, Janelle Rauch, Services Agency Director. We had presented an item back in late August at the board's meeting, but we continued it due to time. We anticipate coming in at the end of October with further updates on that. We have been working diligently with the state and closely with county council on your board's ability to, or what your options are with your park system. So we anticipate coming up with an update on those potentials. We are fairly limited, I will say, but the item that will come forward will explain what those limitations are due to the Parks Abandonment Act, some of the restrictions because of the state bond financing and funding that we've used in the past. But we do have some options, more of a cooperative agreement type of a nature, not necessarily with transference. You know, there are some limitations there. There are qualifying agencies, but we have been working with those folks that, as potential.
So since it's my district, I'll just kind of weigh in. You know, as a park, it's a very awkward space. There's really limited parking. It's very steep embankment down, so ADA and everything else is very, very difficult for that park. It has like hazardous metal sticking out of the ground in places. It just seems like a park that was sort of everyone's favorite place to go swimming, but it was never really designed as such. So it's an awkward piece of real estate for us to manage safely, and that's my main objection to not keeping it. And it'd be one thing if it was a beautiful, serene spot, but it's not. And while I'm sure people have lots of fond memories there, as we're facing a massive deficit and concerns about public safety, that's why the Parks Ad Hoc has recommended we probably shouldn't get too involved in keeping this into the future. Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. Because I am on the Parks Ad Hoc, and we actually started talking about parks over a year ago. We've been working on this and we do have an update planned. But Supervisor McGordy, you know, we've been talking about this, I think, for almost a year. So I know that you've brought it up at MAC meetings, and can you just share that information? I don't want the community to feel like they were blindsided if there was information shared. I think it's important that we talk about that now. So I'm not sure for how long you've been talking about it at MAC meetings, but I think that you have been.
I have brought it up at MAC meetings. I don't know specifically when I did, but I did say as we reviewed parks, that was one of our big concerns was Mariposa Park due to the nature of its attributes. And, you know, so I certainly, people should have known in the community that I've talked about it and that it's something that was under consideration. So if they're blindsided, I'm sorry, but, you know, the word has gotten to the community via the MAC. All right, well, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and the matters before the Board of Supervisors.
Move the recommended action.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for the recommended action. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. All right, agenda item 4G is discussion and possible action, including direction to county staff to continue work on necessary steps to implement the pilot program for the Sherwood Road area and reevaluation of prior direction regarding the use of licenses versus easements. The sponsors are County Council and Transportation. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. This relates to the project we've previously been referring to as the CSA project, providing emergency access routes as a pilot project for the Brook Trails area, with the idea that we'd be using a model that would be continued in. Excuse me. Into other communities that may have similar fire dangers. In particular, the use of a local funding mechanism through special benefit assessments as a way to be able to provide the resources needed to provide the necessary emergency access routes. As you recall, we previously came to the board as we were running into some challenges with respect to LAFCO. LAFCO staff had made some representations as to additional levels of work and detail that would need to be provided pursuant to relevant regulations before reactivating CSA 3, which had been dormant. Our review, we didn't believe that was consistent with the requirements under the relevant statutes. Or the practices that we had seen in neighboring counties in terms of the handling of these. However, rather than get into an debate or challenge with LAFCO, it may be more efficient at this point to simply avoid the LAFCO process. This would mean abandoning the use of CSA 3 and probably allowing it to become dormant and dissolved in the future. Otherwise enacting special benefit assessments, not for a zone of benefit, but merely by defining an area for the assessments to occur. We believe that's the most efficient way to proceed at this time. The CSA 3 really is just sort of an administrative and funding or a funding allocation mechanism. So it really isn't necessary for the adoption of any. It doesn't really grant the county any powers that it doesn't already have. It's just an administrative tool by which to exercise those. It is, however, called out specifically. County service areas are called out specifically in the relevant legislation as requiring LAFCO approval prior to reactivation. Rather than engage in what may be sort of an unnecessary legal disagreement with LAFCO, we believe it may be more prudent simply just to enact the relevant powers directly. Additional is a secondary matter, and I see the Director DeShiel is on here. I believe he wanted to revisit the issue of easement versus license. I have, since the beginning of the process, recommended that the emergency access routes would be better served with an easement rather than a revocable license. The danger being that essentially the licenses could, the county could lose access to the emergency access routes at any time, and that the process to obtain access again may be time-consuming and inconvenient and difficult, and that it therefore may be prudent to secure more rights at the outset to ensure that the benefit can continue on. I believe it would also limit the ability of the county to make substantial capital improvements in or major repairs in the roadways that it does not own or have a legal right-of-way to. We did present those concerns previously to the board, and the board did decide they wanted to proceed with licenses. I believe Director DeShiel wanted to revisit that issue a little bit more, and his memo is attached to the item.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. This is Howard DeShiel, your Director of Transportation. I'm on from home. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So my memo entitled, Practical Factors About the Matter is spells out pretty clearly, some of the things I've found talking to, really the LAFCO staff, what their policy is, and other counties. I've actually, since this pilot project began, had conversations with 4 other counties in the state that maintain roads under zones of benefit, and one county in particular that had some old ones where they didn't have a recorded easement said it was operationally very difficult. Not only difficult for the reasons County Council mentioned, in that you can you can lose a non-recorded easement. But they said even operationally, every time an owner has the ability to say yes or no, and the county wants to do something, they kind of have to go with their hat in their hand. They don't have standing rights to operate. It's an operational difficulty. The other thing I wanted to mention, and it's in my memo, is the zones of benefit, at least as we were moving forward before the interruption, we were trying to come up with an average cost per year and, pick a nice even number and represent to the public that that's about what the cost would be. But more and more of these other counties I talk to find that the costs of actual maintenance and, or in this case, if we were ever to lose a license and need to purchase easement, could cause a large cost to the benefit zone that I really think needs to either be handled up front or very clearly acknowledged in the beginning, because there are a lot of counties out there when something happens like a major culvert blows out or something real expensive, they go back to the voters in the benefit zone, and there's a reluctance for them to vote that in after the fact. And those counties find themselves backfilling with general fund. It's been happening. So those are in my memo. There's also my old PowerPoint that's been updated. If there's any questions, I would take those from the board. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I was going to skip ahead and move that we direct staff to focus on licenses focus on easements instead of licenses, and without CSA 3.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I appreciate what Mr. DeShiel said, and I wish him the best of health and recovery. This has been going on for about 4 years. We've really been working on this, and incredible work from the Sherwood Firewise Council, and lots of people have volunteered their time and everything. You guys know what we've done about getting, all pro bono work, and $20,000 here, 15 there, and it really boils down to this question of the easement, and we're trying to do something there to create a safer community. We're not going to get official easements in those places. That's pretty clear. The subject's been broached already with the owners, and they're saying no, but they're willing to do these MOUs, which say, hey, we can do the work, we will do the work, and all we're asking is for the people to be able to vote, to assess themselves, to do this clearance work, to keep those roads as clear as possible for emergency access routes. And it's not perfect, and obviously this is a pilot program. We've learned a lot through it, and but in this situation, it doesn't seem like doing the easements is going to be a viable solution. And so the best we can do is the MOUs, and that's what we're asking, is just to do, if we do the MOU, it's $30 per lot. People like Mr. DeShiel said, let's be upfront with people about what this is going to actually provide. But it is going to provide that the roads are cleared, that there's fuel reduction projects on all of them, that we keep them viable. But if there's a huge culvert that goes out, we're not going to be able to deal with that. The homeowner or the landowner is going to have to deal with it in this situation. But this is the best we can do, and we just want to have a vote let it go to the people for a vote. So it's a pilot program, it doesn't need to be replicated, and we know some of the pitfalls going forward. But at this time, I'm asking that we go forward.
If that's a motion, I'll second.
Yeah.
Well, my commentary on this is that I want to see something workable because we have other places in the county that are in much the same situation where it's one way in, one way out, and the East Hills of Ukiah Valley are of particular concern in my district. It's not the only one, but that's one that we've spent some time working on trying to come up with solutions much like this, which I understand is workable. You've been through an emergency and it worked. So with all of the effort made so far, we need to follow through and come up with some sort of a workable solution. If CSA 3 isn't the answer, then we should look at the next one until we find something that fits. So Supervisor Williams.
For clarification, the current motion, is it to not use CSA 3?
Yes, it's not to use the CSA 3, it's to use these special assessment benefit zones and to use the licenses that we have.
So my comment is I think it's a bad model. I think it's bad policy, but I'll support it. You're the district supervisor. You think this is the only option. Let's give it a try.
So to be sure I understand it, easements are problematic, just getting them from people, is that?
Yeah, it's the owners have not been have been anti-easements, and if we tried to buy the easement, it would be cost prohibitive.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're doing what really is working. And that's what we're asking. And if problems come up in the future, we'll deal with them, and we need to do what we can do now.
Okay. All right, public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to weigh in on this item?
Rutledge with Sherwood Firewise, and also I submitted comments as an individual. Hopefully you had a chance to look at those. Definitely support the continuing of this process. As Supervisor Haschek mentioned, we've been working on it for 5 years, since 2018, when we found out those routes were closed. We've successfully reopened 2 of those routes under these memorandum of understanding. To clarify, that was Brook Trails Council Chris Neary that went and spoke with those landowners. The staff said Sherwood Firewise was involved. We have not talked to those landowners. It was the district's council. They approached it with the deeded easement. That wasn't a go. The voluntary agreement was something that people would agree to. They wrote that out. It does have a 1-year notice clause. So if somebody does want to terminate, they're supposed to provide 1-year written notice. Now, time of sale is another issue. But what we find is that people, once they realize the use of these emergency access routes, are happy to comply with having a third party come in at our expense, not their expense, to maintain those routes. So it's really important to know that those property owners, we already have them in place. They've already been cleared. They're ready for service. It's a shaded fuel break type of treatment, 100 feet out from the center line. That removes all the vegetation on the floor, limbs up the big trees, gets rid of the small crowded trees. That's good for a long period of time. So it's not like we have to go in there every year to do something. So the deeded easement really is a barrier. We feel like we have a project that's going. We've gotten funding from CAL FIRE. We have the 3rd route that goes down to Highway 20. We were missing 1 landowner to agree to that route, but we have funding for the environmental permits through CAL FIRE. We have CAL FIRE doing the work. We opened up another section of Ridge Road that was a section of private roads that were closed off when the subdivision was formed. We've gotten agreement from those owners, and CAL FIRE can clear that. Same thing, 100-foot clearance on both sides of the road for access. So it's working. So I really support the concept that it's a pilot project. It's working. Let's give it a try, which is what pilot project is really about, is giving it a try. The other thing I want to mention is that there's been confusion. I think this might help. When I've talked to some of these landowners, the word evacuation is used. This isn't evacuation. Emergency access route is what this is. Old fire roads, logging roads, whatever. I was on the fire department many years ago in Brook Trails. We use those fire trails to get to fires and service them. They're all over the place in the county. What we're looking for is how to utilize those to keep them maintained. You do not need permission to use those emergency access routes if you're the fire department or the sheriff or whatever. So once the landowner realizes, doesn't matter if you put up gates or they don't maintain whatever, if the crews need to get through there, they're going to come through with a bulldozer or whatever it takes, because those routes exist And there's not many of them, as you know, from looking around the county, but there are a lot of these little back roads that we can work through this voluntary process. It'd be great if we would have started when the subdivision was formed with deeded easements, that the county had a chance to do that. It didn't get done. So please let us try this pilot program. We want to proceed as soon as possible.
So I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What does annual maintenance of those routes look like?
Yeah, have you seen a shaded fuel break before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so it's very park-like. Now, typically, the shade part of it keeps the sun from coming down to stimulate regrowth. So the thing that I experience in this land would be very similar, fir, kind of a forest. The little tan oak trees that are cut out, the small ones that are all crowded, they're going to sort of bush up a little bit, maybe 20 feet off the road in this direction or that direction. The bigger trees are limbed up. They're not going to grow limbs back. So this is all cleared out. So you might have a tree fall, you might have a limb fall, you might have dirt fall out from a culvert, whatever. Those are things that might happen. But the vegetation management is good for like 10 years, but without any kind of anything. And going back in might be some weed eating where there's grass. You might go in with the pole trimmer to take off some new limbs, certainly clear any dead and dying that's fallen across the road. We've talked about if there's a big giant rain and a culvert gets clogged, we might have to, and that money is in that budget, to have to go down and do some repair. But if Sherwood Road was to completely wash off in an earthquake, how are we going to get up there? Well, Willits Creek and Furco are routes that we can go. So there are other ways we can do that. If those routes get hurt, we can fix them too. But it's crucial that we have access to the subdivision.
How about the surface of the road itself? What do you do annually to keep it passable?
Yeah, well, again, fire roads for the most part are going to be used during the dry season, so that's one aspect of it. There are rocked roads in many of these places. So, for example, the Willits Creek is the sewer easement, and that has a rock surface on it as well as dirt. The Furco route has more dirt in various places, but it's very drivable. CAL FIRE has been up there several times. So, worst case would be we'd have an earthquake kind of an arrangement where it's raining and muddy and might have to get into the mud, but we could possibly put some rock down in that case.
Okay. Supervisor Haschak.
And if I was hearing your question correctly, we had an engineer look at it, and the engineer's report said it cost about $45,000. And that's where we got the $30, because there's about 1,500 parcels there. So that's what we're looking at. Annual maintenance is about $45,000.
Okay.
And we'll be saving that over time. We won't spend that every year. And so there'll be a sinking fund for something like a culvert replacement or some other bigger issue.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
What if a landowner doesn't pay? Does our teeter plan cover paying into this fund? Or will the county pick up where landowners don't pay the assessment?
Sounds like
well, we're looking at just charging developed parcels. So they're homes, and for the most part, the people with homes pay. Right, it's the ones in Brook Trails that are undeveloped that don't pay. So I don't see it as a major problem. And
On the property tax.
right, it will be on the property tax each year.
Okay, well, I guess we've got our motion on the table, right? So I think we're ready to vote.
Could I please get a clear and full restatement of the motion?
Let's see. The motion is to go forward with the assessment vote and to accept the revocable licenses as acceptable.
And I second that.
Okay, so we're ready for roll call.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair McCourty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Agenda item number 4H is discussion and possible action, including ratification of employment agreement with Doris L. Rentschler for the position of Executive Director, Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association, for the term of September 26, 2023 through September 26, 2026, including the following salary increases based on the employee's current salary of $173,138.88, benefits not included. This would be a 3% increase effective the first full pay period following ratification of the employment agreement by the Board of Supervisors, a 2.5% increase of the then existing salary 1 year after ratification, and a 2.5% increase of the then existing salary 2 years after ratification. Sponsor is the Mendocino County Retirement Association. So I don't know who's speaking, but let's have an introduction of the item.
So I'd be happy to introduce this, and we also have the chair of the Retirement Association, Quincy Comer, in the audience. So the retirement system that we have, we're one of, I think, 22 independent retirement systems in California. We have the same complexities governing our independent retirement system as CalPERS has for a huge statewide system, or LA has for their system. And the pool of people who know the complexities of that law and understand how to run a system like this is fairly small. And the compensation for the executive director here in Mendocino County is, I think, the second lowest, maybe the third lowest in the state. And so we did look at, a market study, which of course we've been doing repeatedly throughout the organization, the county organization, looking at where people fit within the market. This still puts the director very much at the bottom end of the market for this position. And this is a 3-year phase-in, which is what we did 4 years ago for all county employees. Was we had a 3-year phase-in to bring them to market. And now the retirement system is proposing to do the same thing, although I would still say this is very much the low end of what these people are paid. So I know Chair Quincy Comer is in the audience. I think he wanted to say a few words too.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy and other members of the Board of Supervisors. I came here to talk to you today as the chair of the Board of Retirement. I am the elected safety representative for the Employee Retirement Association. And just to give a little background on this item, it was a few years ago when the Retirement Association entered into a broad and wide recruitment for this position after the previous executive director retired and left the county. And I am confident and still remain confident that we found the best person for that job, and that's our current executive director. And as Supervisor Jurdy stated, this does bring them closer to the base wage of some of the other executive directors for the retirement associations in the state, but it's still on the very low end. And I came here to tell you that as the Board of Retirement, they had a subcommittee that met with the executive director and negotiated this contract, and I believe it's in the best interest of the county to approve it as it is proposed. And just to state that I do believe we have the best person for that job, and I've been very satisfied with Executive Director Rentschler's performance in her role. As the chair, I have constant interaction with the executive director, and I'm appreciative of her resourcefulness, knowledge, training, and experience in her role as the executive director. And it's our goal as the Employee Retirement Association to keep her in that role. And I hope that this would help with that.
Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you tell me more, to either of you, can you tell me more about the, it is in the executed agreement regarding salary, and in the last line of A, it discusses the increases that are requested, but it says employees shall receive salary increases consistent with those county department heads receive. And so it sounds as if the market study or the evaluation of the current director's wages was not based on county department heads. However, it was based on retirement director studies. So can you tell me more about why it's being tied in this way in the agreement?
So this is actually language that's in the existing contract, which tied the executive director. It's continuing. It's new language, but it's continuing from the previous contract. And I think what it contemplated was, in a 3-year process, moving the director closer to market, but then assuming that there are some kind of COLAs that would be given to all employees in all departments. Now, if something else happens and we're not approving COLAs, that wasn't contemplated. The retirement system was assuming that there would be COLAs for employees, and that was not being addressed. It was being addressed through linking it to the other department heads.
If you don't mind if I follow up, then I think that, for me, as we discuss folks' wages, I think that market evaluations are key to figuring out what we need to pay people and not basing salaries necessarily internally. I don't think that serves us as well as it could. So I appreciate that a market evaluation for this position was done. I'm a little bit concerned about including that language in this salary schedule. I really think that to make sure that people are able to stay in the positions that they're qualified for, that market studies are key to that.
So question, because again, the intent of that last sentence was to include some sort of generic COLA, cost of living increase, so that it really was moving the person to market in a 3-year process. Would it make more sense for that sentence to be removed but replaced by something to the effect that a cost of living equal to blank? It could be the national CPI, it could be 2% a year, it could be 3% a year, something so that it really is in 3 years moving this person to market. Because if that last sentence was assuming that there would be some sort of baseline COLA.
So I really just don't want it to say COLA. I want it to say market analysis. That is, I think that constantly reviewing the market rate of our employees is the way that we provide fair wages. So a cost of living increase may increase somebody more or less than would actually be the market rate for that position. So I really, I'm just the first one that spoke, so I'll let my colleagues say what they need to say, but I really think that we need to move away, and I understand the retirement board is not, necessarily an internal function of the county, but I would like to move away from this constant pressure on COLAs, because I don't think that provides the best use of our resources. When we're stretched thin, we want to make sure that we're bringing all of our employees up to an equitable wage.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, 2 questions. The first for County Council. Can you explain the agenda text, benefits not included? Why would total compensation not be included in the agenda item here? Is it because there aren't any benefits, or are we just not disclosing it?
If I may respond to the chair, I don't know that I can speak to this particular language. I have noted that we've been a little bit inconsistent as to how we put these on the agenda. I would suggest that it may be appropriate to orally mention what the benefits are, even if it's just a reference to which MOU it's covered by.
Okay, and second question, I wasn't pleased when I came on this board to learn that a large number of pensions were in error, some overpaid, some underpaid. What's the status of that? And I guess, my support for this is dependent on whether that's been cleaned up.
It's in the process of being cleaned up. I would say about 70% to 80% at this point have been cleaned up. There's still the last tranche of plans based on, this way predates the executive director or the last executive director. I mean, these are errors that I would say 90+% of the errors took place probably 20 years ago, when it was 2 positions within the treasurer's office. But anyway, but it's being cleaned up, and there was about a dozen points of errors, and I think we're on to like the last 1 or 2 of those dozen errors that the retirement staff are cleaning up at this point.
So I'm with Supervisor Mulhern on the COLA concept. I do support market, and I appreciate that there was an attempt to bring to market here. But what's missing is paying market, you have to expect market performance for every position, not just this one. The math doesn't work if you're not getting market performance. I have nothing to go on here. The item's very thin on whether we're getting market performance.
Sure.
Chair, through the chair, regarding the historical benefit review project, I will say to Supervisor Williams that the items that could be corrected have been corrected, and what we're waiting on now is a voluntary compliance statement through the IRS, and it has to be appointed and assigned and reviewed. And once that process is approved, the correction methodology is approved through the IRS, those corrections will be made. Everything that can be done has been done under this executive director, and they're just waiting this approval of the VCP through IRS.
I appreciate that, but again, the item is thin on market performance. What are the results, right? And I think there's two tasks in setting the wage. It's looking at what are comparable salaries for similar position elsewhere, and there's what has been accomplished, what are the outcomes, and we're really weak on the what are the outcomes. I mean, I'm hearing that we're going to get hit with maybe upwards of $3 million per year expense related to raises given 3 or 4 years ago. And I'm wondering, why did that come forward so late, right? That affects our budgeting, everything else we're doing, how much to cut. So I would like to see some analysis of performance. And it may be that this is an individual that's outperforming and we can't pay enough. I'm not saying that I'm dismayed with the performance. I'm saying I don't know what it is.
Well, Supervisor Haschak, if you will.
Well, just looking at that sentence about employees shall receive salary increases consistent with those county department heads receive, that's a thing that we started talking about, and my understanding is that there's county department heads that are now going on individual contracts, and so we don't have a consistent, even if we were to use the COLA, we don't have a consistent, COLA. Not everyone's receiving the same amount at this point, so it might be language that really doesn't fit what's happening currently within the department heads.
So true, it could be, but also this board's had a number of labor discussions in the last couple of months that certainly the retirement board was not aware of. So it was taking existing language from an old contract and continuing with that. It could well be that this board's taking a different approach to COLAs. And so if that's the case, then it's up to the board. The board could change this contract, but I think everybody needs to know that moving this person to market in 3 years did contemplate something, in the range of 2 or 3% COLAs, because that's been the history of the county with COLAs. Because otherwise you don't really move the person to market in 3 years if it's just these 3 and 2.5% increases, because inflation's at least that.
So the question is, how are we going to calculate that percent? If department heads now aren't getting an even COLA, if they're getting different rates because they're on individual contracts.
So this board could pick a number, just say, we went through a period where inflation was about 2%. Currently it's a little higher, but the Fed says it's going to get it down to 2% again. We'll see. We could pick 2, we could pick 2.5, and I think we'd be probably, to me, would be reasonable if you wanted to pick a number.
Well, I guess we could also have human resources look at all the department heads and see what percent they increase overall from year to year, and use that as the COLA.
Yeah. We could ask maybe for county staff, HR, executive office to respond to the board discussion, because this, they have any thoughts?
Well, nobody's rushing. I just want to say again, I appreciate that the retirement board has already done some work, and I'm assuming that these percentages, as you said, Supervisor Jurdy, get this individual to market rate. So for me, if we could just pull out the language regarding what other department heads receive and just somehow include that this person is going to be paid their market rate salary. That is what I'm looking for, and not connecting it to department heads and not connecting those specific percentages that were requested to the word COLA. And instead to contemplate that the goal is to get the person to market rate within 3 years.
I would agree with that, to be able to put it to market over the 3-year period, and we can track what's happening with the department heads as well. But I think if you took that piece out about COLA and went with the market rate over a 3-year period, I think that would ensure that she gets there, and I think that meets the Supervisor McGordy's and Chair Quincy Comer's thoughts.
If that was a motion, I second it.
Supervisor Hashtag, any further comment?
Well, if we do that, then we need to figure out what is market rate, and according to Supervisor Jurdy, it would take more than the 2.5 or the 3%. So all of a sudden we're going to be approving 5% and 6%, 6% over the next 3 years.
Well,
and how are we going to, if we're looking at this, the compensation being at the very lower end, then if we're going at market rate and we're using comparables, then we might be setting ourselves up for a real big expense too.
Well, I have a question for Supervisor Jurdy through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So were benefits included in the analysis of the market rate? They're just not included in the agenda item? Is that expense included?
So we had an ad hoc of the board, of the retirement board, and we did work with HR. I can't recall now whether or not all of the benefits were evaluated as part of the total comp, and I don't know if Sherry can recall. If we give her some time, she might be able to get a confirmation about whether that was looked at. HR helped us with the evaluation.
So if you're worried about bringing things to market rate at a higher rate, you could say for each one of these not to exceed as being where you start. You could end up in, being deficient by the time that the time frame is over. But
I also don't want to underpay. I think Supervisor Mulhern is right. The compensation philosophy should be keeping everyone at market. How many employees can we maintain at market? If our revenue doesn't increase, we can't have as many people, but they should still be at market. If we have excess revenue, great. We have vacancies, we can hire more people at market. And I don't want to assume market is any particular percentage or relative to another department head. Market is market. We should be analyzing it on an annual basis and making the adjustments.
okay, and when you say market, are we comparing apples to apples? So
We're comparing, so market in my mind is total compensation, right? So you look at what the county pays somebody here in all the various ways, whether it's retirement, health benefits, Social Security. You compare that total package to the neighboring 6 to 8 counties and cities. Take the mean, that's market.
So what about the case of you have someone who's heading up a program that's half the size of a bigger county?
Well, you would choose the counties, ideally counties that are similar size, similar median incomes. I think median income is more important than population. You may have a county that's more similar in population to us, but more affluent. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we're not going to be able to meet those wages. We don't have that equal revenue.
Okay. Go ahead.
Through the chair, if I can address the conversation going on regarding the adjustments consistent with the department heads. It's my understanding as the chair that when this contract was signed, it was attached to the department head group for benefit packages and other benefits. And that is why it's being attached for any adjustments they may receive. And my fear, sitting here as the chair, is if that language isn't included, the salary survey that I'm aware of, I believe, was just for salary. It didn't include benefits because there's too many tangibles to include with different benefit packages through different counties, because each county has different benefit packages. I understand that conversation, but that's my recollection of what was used for the salary comparison. But if that language isn't included, my fear is in 3 years, our executive director would be that much further off of market, because we're going to use the same counties, I'm assuming, when we do the salary surveys for the comparable size and membership and median income. And it's going to put that executive director even further off the pace of what the actual market is in 3 years, because that's the current market value. In 3 years, it's going to be different, and we're going to be that much further off, is my fear.
So, Chair, if I heard that right, this dollar amount was not calculated based on total compensation.
That's correct.
And we pay Social Security, so right there, there's a problem. This number is not based on a market calculation that's consistent with how we're analyzing market for other classifications.
So Sherry actually has, I think, I'm hoping, some additional information that was given to the ad hoc a few months ago. Because I don't remember the answer to that question.
So yeah, I'm Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So when with the request came into Human Resources for a market analysis of the Executive Director, it was looked at market. It was not total compensation. So the information that was provided to the board, MCERA board, was market. So at market, the Executive Director was about 27% below market. So we would have to do the adjustment with total comp. It was not done with total comp. Now, as you know, we are working on total comp now, but at the time of the request, we were not doing salary market studies with total comp.
Chair, if I may,
Yes.
how long would it take to update with total compensation as the metric?
Well, I would, not long. I could
Like
ask staff.
next meeting, we could
Oh,
revisit it?
but yeah, probably by
So
tomorrow.
I wonder if we could hold off with, sort of a straw poll on adjusting to market based on total compensation without these other numbers.
It's reasonable. I mean, clearly there's some questions that we aren't prepared to answer right now, so sure.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay.
Thank you. I also want to recognize that might be more than what was brought for us to consider today. And so I want the board to just be aware of that we could approve this today, and we might end up paying this individual less, or it could come back and it could be more. So I understand that and still want to move forward, but I want to make sure my colleagues understand that as well.
I understand that, and it's my assumption that the same counties and cities will be used as with the other classifications. We need consistency.
To the extent possible. However, City of Ukiah, City of Santa Rosa are both in CalPERS, so they don't have a retirement director. And some of the other counties, the 8 counties that we compare ourselves to, many of them do not have an independent retirement system. So Humboldt, Lake County are also in our group. They don't have an independent retirement system. I don't think Yolo County does. I think they're in CalPERS. So I'm just saying that's partly what makes it challenging, is because Sonoma and Marin have independent retirement system. They're much wealthier than Mendocino County. We're not trying to, bring the director's salary to their salary.
I see that county council has their hand up, so.
Yeah, just a small point, Mr. Chair. There had been some discussion before about possibly putting in annual adjustments based on the formula that might be tied to market rate. And I would just note that there are some limitations with an executive contract as to how high you can go in terms of automatic escalators. I believe it's capped at CPI. So you may have to either keep it tied to what may be any cost of living that's otherwise adjustment that would otherwise be set for department head bargaining unit, or otherwise have it limited in a way that would be consistent with that requirement. I'm not certain that that's actually the proposal that's on the table at the moment, but I just wanted to make that point since it was discussed earlier.
Okay.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Sherry Johnson. And I just wanted to confirm what Supervisor Jurdy had said. So there were not the same comparable counties, because there was not comparable positions in the other counties. So we did have other counties that we were using.
Again, there are 22 out of the 58 counties that have an independent retirement system. So it's a limited pool. And by and large, they tend to be larger counties. Well, in fact, they are. We are the smallest county in California to have its own retirement system.
So if we can't use the same counties and cities, would Supervisor Dirty be willing to be involved with staff on choosing which counties?
Sure, I already worked with HR in this, but we'd have, I think what we're hearing though is to the extent possible, we do want to also look at total compensation, not just the salary.
Yep.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Just in an effort to streamline the process, and I think probably to give the Retirement Association and Doris some sense of security, can this item come back on the consent calendar with a memo, or does it need to come back as an agendized item or as a full item?
I
think we learned that state law requires it to be on the, as a standalone action.
Okay. Okay. Well, again, I'm trying to be consistent with the way that we're trying to move forward the agency. So it's not a personal or a necessarily performance-based consideration. It's just that consistency throughout the agency and making sure we're holding everybody at an equitable rate is really important.
Okay. Supervisor Hasjack?
I appreciate the retirement board's effort on getting this contract together. I think that when we do the evaluation, we might find that we're in worse shape than we are, and the executive director, if she's willing to take this, I think that we could be setting ourselves up for a big cost increase.
So are you suggesting that we should just go with what we have?
Well, I'm willing to look at, the total compensation, but I don't think we're going to do better than this.
Just for clarification, I'm not looking to do better. I'm looking for consistency. I want to be able to tell our employees that we have a compensation philosophy and we follow it. And what I'm seeing is we're all over the place with different models. And so, maybe I won't be surprised if it comes back that market is higher than this amount, but at least it'll start building some consistency that we have a model.
So I hear that, and I think it's appropriate for the board to, and I know the board's trying to be consistent. It's just that this has been moving along for a few months, and I think some of what the board's articulating is more specific than maybe what the retirement board would have been aware of a few months ago when they started this. So I think, give us a month and it'll be back on the agenda with, I think, more documentation that it is consistent with the approach that we're attempting to give with all bargaining groups, with all individuals who work for the county.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hopefully last. Supervisor Dirty, would it be possible to also bring back some performance analysis for the board? This is a little bit of an awkward one where we're giving an increase, but we don't directly, get the evaluations. We don't know if it's based on merit.
That we can do.
Okay. So is there some motion, or is this just staff direction?
I think we recorded as direction was given to HR, Supervisor Dirty, and in conference with the MCERA board.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, I guess we're done with this motion, unless there's any further comment before we leave. All right. Well, thank you. Agenda item number 4.
Public comment?
Oh, public comment. I'm sorry. Public comment.
Good afternoon, Carrie Shattuck. I'd like to know which of the 3 budgets that we're looking at to substantiate a salary of $173,138 without benefits, which is $83.24 an hour, in an association that is over $260 million unfunded, as well as built-in raises for 3 years, which translates to an increase of $14,222 or $90 an hour. Also, the retirement contribution is 29% in this department. The board's contribution is around 24%. We can't afford this. You all say so yourselves to the SEIU every meeting. They are here as well as in negotiations. Yet this enormous salary is on the agenda today. We're comparing with counties that are probably in a better financial situation than us. When will budget and salary numbers start to match the serious nature of our budget crisis? $7 million this year and talk of $10 to $11 million in the next budget year. Supervisor Williams has mentioned Chapter 9 several times today as well. You have to start somewhere. Why not start here? Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll move on to item number 4L, which is the chief, oh, sorry, last comment?
No, I just wondered if anybody from staff or Supervisor Jardy wanted to comment on where the funding comes for this particular salary, but if we've moved on, that's...
Well, the funding comes from the taxpayers, I mean, for everybody. But there are 22 counties in California, there's 58 counties, 22 that have these independent retirement systems. They're governed by a complex set of state laws and a number of court cases that have affected public employees. And there is not a large pool of people who understand the state laws governing these retirement systems. And we are the smallest county in California to have its own retirement system. Nobody here had any choice in that matter. That was made back in the 1940s here in Mendocino County to create our own independent retirement system instead of joining a bigger pension system. So with that comes, you know, a lot of complexity and state laws that govern how these plans are managed. And, you know, I think the county was penny wise and pound foolish when for many decades this pension system was managed by basically a fraction of the time of the elected treasurer, a fraction of the time of two people that worked for the elected treasurer, and there were many millions of dollars of mistakes that were made under that system. I think we're better off having people who understand the law and can run this system well, even if it does cost a little bit of money, because the overall plan itself is, you know, it's a, you know, basically it's a $1 billion plan. At this point, we're 600 something million funded at this point. Maybe we need to have 800 million at this point, but 900 million. But at least we are moving towards fully funding the plan, and we are incrementally making some reforms that will make the plan more sustainable in the future and less likely to have mistakes that were made in the past reoccur in the future.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 4L, which is the Chief Executive's report.
Thank you, Chairman Gordy. I would like to start with the amendment that was attached last evening and then updated this morning. There was a typo in the report that didn't line up exactly with the hours for the appraiser, which was part of the Directive 23-04. So this is the work that we've been doing with the assessor's office. I think the assessor, Katrina Bartlemy, gave you a fairly good update on what her work has been over the last couple of months with GGBI and with the vendor Aumentum and IT. So those hours in that directive is attached. There was also some question about the projects that the 5.7 million for GGBI has come from. Those are projects that have been reported on prior, but the list is the telecom audit, cannabis restructure, planning and building fund utilization, A87 cost plan updates, phase 1 fleet reduction, Fort Bragg animal care closure, realignment fund utilization, and facility utilization. And again, there's 2 attachments with this amendment. The one that was loaded this afternoon has the current date. It was a typo in the hours time period. Moving on to the report that is attached, I would like to point out that Dr. Janine Miller, who has the prestigious opportunity to work with the National Association of Counties of Opioid Settlement Leadership, presented at a panel at the RCRC annual meeting last week. Supervisor McGordy and Supervisor Mulhorn and I were there. I think it was a very good panel, And I appreciate that the county is getting highlighted for the work with fentanyl and opioid use. The Golden Gate Bridge Initiative is there. I think we covered the most current work they're doing. Again, we are working with the assessor's office in Aumentum and property tax, but we are also following back up with planning and building services on the work that was done with them prior months. I would like to point out that Animal Services continues to do some good work with getting our cats and dogs adopted. Behavioral health and recovery. The Mental Health Service Act is in the process of being changed at the state of California. This is a big change coming to this county and all counties throughout the state. We continue to learn about it, again, at our conferences and throughout our associations. So there is a lot of work going on with Mental Health Service Act that I wanted to highlight. Children's Support Services is working on 2,945 open cases. County Council, we have a nice report from County Council. I would encourage everybody to look at the various work under the link to click here as to what they were doing with their 9 individuals that work, attorneys that work there, and the various projects that they are supporting throughout the county, not just for this board, but also for child and children's services, adult and children's services, excuse me. Several trainings are happening throughout, whether it's with Cobblestone, meaning grants and contracts throughout the county and ongoing for the rest of this calendar year. And that calendar year is attached with those trainings. General Service Agency has a nice report about the cost-effective management that they're doing. You can see the fuel utilization as well as utility utilization. Employee benefits, I would just like to point out that the health plan open enrollment period is October 23rd through November 17th, just so everyone's aware. If there's changes or things they want to do, they need to work with the team and the executive office. Planning and building services is now open 8 to 5. They are no longer closed for lunch, and they have attached a report that contains the various permits and issuance that they have been working on as well. Environmental health, they are tracking some West Nile cases that have been brought in, and they are being studied, and they're also looking at the blue-green algae. It's not something that the department does, but they do work with the state to report that ongoing. We have a good report also from probation. They've received 143 new referrals for new crimes and traffic violations. Juvenile hall received 45 bookings. Pre-trial, which again, this is very new for us, but it looks like it's moving quite well under the leadership of Eisen Locatelli. The pre-trial release unit, 287 assessments to the court for release consideration. 59 individuals were referred to the court to the pre-trial release unit monitoring. Between the adult division and the juvenile division, 162 reports were written, and to the courts, 83 adult cases were opened for supervision. We do have a report from transportation, which is nice to see, and this report is around solid waste and landfill. So I encourage everyone to look at that as well. Our economic development team is starting moving forward. As you remember, that was the direction of this board. We do have a candidate that was hired and did attend the local summit at their own direction last week, and I think that was very well received. And we are also working with the Sonoma-Mendocino Economic Development District to find candidates to work on that commission for us. And I think that's all I have. Oh, I have a couple more, sorry. The Office of Emergency Services on Thursday, August 17th, OES hosted a fire season coordination meeting in our Emergency Operations Center. This is very well attended and received. It was nice to bring all the partners together to discuss and prepare for fire season. Prevention, recovery, resiliency, and mitigation. This team has been working throughout the communities through Mendocino and holding listening sessions about projects and things that they would like to be done moving forward. And they have been held so far in Anderson Valley, Hopland, Casper, Covelo, Leggett, Ukiah, Redwood Valley, and Willits. And they continue to do that work. The water agency, the County of Mendocino was awarded a grant in 2016, which ended early in 2023, and this was for the Redwood Valley Water District Infrastructure Program. This was a hazard mitigation and also funded through the state of California, so we're very thankful for that, and thank you for the leadership of Howard DeShield on that project. That was a big lift after the 17 fire. You will see that the American Rescue Act worksheet is attached, so you can review that and the spending, and then also the PG&E settlement report is attached as well. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Supervisor Jordy.
I do. I don't know, it seemed like a couple years ago, the board had asked General Services Fleet to install GPS devices on all county vehicles. And I'm just curious, has that happened yet? And if so, is that going to happen the next couple months? That's my question.
I'm not sure if Director Rowell is on, or maybe Jeff Dieterman. If Lillian, you could check for that. To my knowledge, there was a port where we had to meet and confer. That piece has been completed, and that is moving forward. If any have actually been purchased, I'm thinking we were originally starting with 75, but I'm not sure if any have actually been installed. So Lillian, are you seeing anyone on? Okay.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. CEO Antle was absolutely correct with her reiteration. We started the implementation with the first, I believe, is approximately 75. We have installed, I think, the first round of that. I know for sure to test out, start drawing data. So we anticipate within the next 3 to 6 months to get those installed into those fleets that qualify.
Okay, and then just the other thought was, in the staff report, I appreciated seeing the fuel consumption for the last year and the miles driven. But if we could have both of miles driven and fuel consumed for the last several years, then we can see, is the fleet becoming more fuel efficient, or are they just driving fewer miles? That's kind of the question.
Supervisor Williams.
I appreciate the update about the assessments, and that report combined with most of the day I spent with the assessor. I don't think we can expect much more revenue in the coming years. I think it's a good thing to do long-term, try to assess as much as possible, bill people who are due. But it's my impression based on the slope so far and seeing what they go through to get the data entered, and the fact that their system is missing all the property descriptions for every parcel. Nobody contemplated actually populating the software with the data it needs. Supervisor Jordy has gone through the math before of how many millions of dollars of properties we would have to assess to make a difference for our budgeting purposes. Good thing to do, but it's not going to make ends meet. So back the beginning of this budget cycle, we directed this CEO to resize the county to fit its footprint within the available revenue. And at the time, we used one-time funds of about $7 million to close the budget. I think Supervisor Jordy says it's the only time that's happened since he's been on the board. And here we are in a worse position. Even with the efficiency gains and cuts that have been identified, we have a deeper gap going into the next budget cycle than where we began at the beginning of the year. And so if you continue that, that's going in the wrong direction. There's no way we're going to make it. And the Golden Gate Initiative is where I have my hope, but the initial gains are the easiest. It gets like peak oil, it gets harder. You can find more opportunities for efficiency, but the easy ones are coming first. They're identifying that low-hanging fruit. So the rate we're going, I don't think we're going to make it. And I guess I'm curious, what's the board's appetite for having this come back as a discussion with some options? I have said Chapter 9 a couple times today. And maybe that, you asked me 6 months ago, I would have thought, no, just some austerity, some cuts. This board isn't heading in a direction of getting a balanced budget. And I don't think the sky's falling, but I think that it may be that we do have to restructure, that we have staff looking at, we can cut here and we can cut there, and we can save on some vehicles, but we're not going to come up with enough. This isn't even taking into account capital projects. When was the last time we talked about the jail, right? You look at the construction industry, I know they promised last time I asked, and they promised no more increases. All of these projects will be more when they come back. Right? The cost of doing business is increasing faster than our revenue. So where do we want to have that discussion? And is it appropriate to be talking about Chapter 9?
Well, the Golden Gate project, they've now come up with $5.5 million in savings. I think there's another $3.5 million in some fairly easy to do, but it'll take 6 to 12 months to implement other savings. That's 9. And again, if we have any kind of significant movement on contracts, that could be another 4 or 5 million. So we're looking at maybe $15 million in savings, and I can only personally identify 9. So I'm not sure where the other 6 comes from. And I think the other 6 will be the harder savings to come up with. So I'm hoping that the county employees are all coming up with their own ideas, but I think we're looking at needing another 6, either in increased revenues or cuts. But I agree. I think it's unlikely that the assessor's office is going to get a whole lot of new buildings on the tax rolls. And the math basically is if you took an average of 1,400 square feet for an average new house, and I don't know that is the average, but if you took that, you would take 3,000 houses to bring in, I think it was $3 million a year to the county that the county would keep. So, because the rest goes to schools and others. So that's a lot of houses that the assessor's office is going to have to find, and I don't think they're going to find that in the next 12 months.
Well, and that doesn't include, so I think we started the year about minus 7 million, and maybe we're going to get hit with 3 million on pension increases from previous raises. We expect the jail will probably be over, although you could argue that that's one time, but the staffing for it won't be. So once it's built, you have millions of dollars of staffing. And then we haven't even gotten to COLAs yet. We're talking about moving people to market. I think we probably need 20 to 25 million more than we have.
Supervisor Hasjack?
Well, I wonder how Supervisor Jurdy got to the 15 million. Could you explain that, please?
We had a 7 million structural deficit this year, which will go forward. 3 million in increased pension costs for next year's budget. And I think we don't know how much new contracts are going to cost us. I think it could easily be another $5 million a year in general fund expenses. That would be 15. And I can only identify $9 million in savings.
And as far as the Golden Gate initiative, 5.7 is really, it's a positive move to find that much savings already in the few months that they've worked. How many departments have they really reviewed at this point?
They've reviewed planning and building, which contains cannabis, right? So we did cannabis, and then we did planning and building, and now we're at the assessor's office.
Okay, so there's a lot of departments that haven't been looked at yet.
We have a lot of movement, and we have some movement with facilities as well, looking at how to better utilize those facilities. And I think to the supervisor's point, unfortunately, those are small wins, but we need all the small wins because they will add up in time. But as far as a larger restructuring, that is something we've been contemplating and discussing and trying to move forward. If this board, to the ask prior, if this board would like something to come back, we certainly can do that. need Atlas to confirm if it could be on the 17th or if it would need to be the 31st.
Supervisor Williams? Oh, I'm sorry, John?
Well, it seems like there's not going to be the silver bullet to get to the 15 million or whatever we need to get to. It needs to be those, bits and pieces here and there, efficiencies wherever we can find them.
That's right. And we continue to wait for the outside auditor report for the 21-22 fiscal year, and then we would need to see 22-23 year be closed and see how we actually end up those years. I've asked for a report on all the reserve accounts so we can really try to maximize and leverage any reserves. We did talk about the 91 realignment, but we do have other realignment accounts that we can look at. But as of right now, those accounts aren't balanced for the end of year of 22-23, so it's hard to get that. I believe the auditor controller is working very diligently to get the year closed, and hopefully we'll have some more information soon.
Okay, and as far as revenue enhancement, we've talked about the short-term rentals not being collected. Is there any movement? Do you know if the auditor controller is moving on that with any kind of contract with outside?
I believe there were 2 companies that she was looking at. It was Host Compliance and HDL, which is a company that we currently use. I have not seen a contract move forward for that, but again, I know she's been pretty busy trying to close those 2 years that are still open.
Okay, and just lastly, that the SMED, Sonoma Mendocino Economic Development District, and we have some openings, I guess, on that, and they have problems getting a quorum at this point. When is that coming to the board for our appointment?
I would like to ask Shwen Malala, Principal Analyst, to come forward and answer that question about the SMED candidates and when those will be coming forward. They were going to come forward to your group yesterday on the 25th, but you disbanded the Public Safety Resource.
No, it's Economic Development Standing Committee.
That one, the Standing Committee. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Swen Malala, the Executive Office. So I was hot off of the SMAC meeting right now, so I do have some updates. So I apologize, the report is a little stale because it was submitted in order to make the meeting publishing. So we do have 4 applications for 1 vacant SMAC member. Today is the last meeting day for John Fetch from the, he's a local businessman, so we do have, as of right now, 2 vacancies, and the SMED board did discuss today, and they have voted to create an ad hoc with the SMED, consisting of Mary Ann Petrello and Park Garza to have an ad hoc to recommend those 2 applicants to your board for review.
Thank you.
Did they give you a timeline?
So today is the last, again, right, today is the last day for John Fretch. So at the next October meeting, there will not be a quorum. So we will have those recommendations to your board at your October meeting. So we would have somebody at the next BED meeting.
Very good. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I guess I'm just concerned. I wouldn't want any members of the media to pick up Supervisor Williams' comment as in some kind of headline that the board is going to declare bankruptcy. I think that we all understand our budget situation and understand that, there's an incredible amount of rolling up our sleeves that needs to happen. So I just want to be very clear that before we continue that kind of conversation, I want to make sure that the board is all on the same page. And for myself, that would be an absolute last resort. We haven't even talked about layoffs. There's a lot of things we haven't considered yet. So I just want to be very clear from where I sit that is a very last resort. And I don't want anybody from the media to be picking that up as something that the full board has decided or is considering. I did have a question about HR though for Sherry Johnson, if she wouldn't mind. I think all of the departments for submitting the reports, the quarterly reports from HR regarding recruitment, did show what I believe to see an improvement in new hires versus separations, which for the last however many years, I think, it's been a very even. We seem in the last quarter to have bumped that up to where we're hiring new people, separating less. We also seem to be getting through the recruitment process more quickly. And I think also having less requisitions in total, which would lead towards this idea of trying to right-size the county that Supervisor Williams has brought up often about making sure that we have the right number of employees for a county our size. So I really just called you up here without any warning, but can you speak to that a little bit? Is my analysis correct?
Yeah, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So yes, I do see that in the data, so you are correct. So we are seeing a little bit of slowdown, I would say, in the requisitions. So we are looking at all the positions that are being requested for recruitment very carefully. We're monitoring them, making sure they're budgeted. So, what the needs are. So, it is taking us more time on our end, I think, even my end, reviewing the positions that come through. So, but I do think that when the process is quicker with the recruitment process is moving quicker. Yeah.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, CEO brought up not having the books fully closed. It's been 453 days since the fiscal year ended. But I really wanted to get a sense from the CEO. CEO Antle, do you think without a major reorganization you can get us there, a balanced budget in time? How's the board should hear from you. How's it going? What's your outlook? Are you feeling comfortable with this process? Do you think we're on track?
Before you start, I see Christian has his hand up. Councilor.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to suggest, I think the discussion's starting to get a little bit into maybe more of a broader budget discussion rather than the CEO's report. It may be appropriate to agendize a future item to be able to tackle this in a bit more depth. I'm a little concerned that the board has corrected itself a few times, but a little concerned that there's a bit of danger of venturing into a discussion of something that's not agendized.
Understood. County Council, would it be acceptable for me to ask the CEO whether she believes an agenda item should come back for the board to give direction on reorganization?
Yes, I think that's appropriate.
If I may, through the chair, yes. I think I agreed to do that just a few minutes ago. And then one other item I would like to mention, there's not a silver bullet, but again, the low-hanging fruit and the items we're going after also should include the fee hearing. And we're working with the Department of Finance to get those fees right-sized and to the right amounts moving forward for all the departments that charge fees. We believe some of our departments that are using general fund should be sustainable by their own fees as much as possible.
So I think the board would like to agendize something in the future to discuss our financial situation. I agree with Supervisor Mulheron. Let's not say we're dying until we really are. And I think that it's important for us to have choices and options and think about everything we're doing, including the jail. So there's something that has turned into an unfunded mandate that's absolutely killing us at $7 million. I know that CEO Antle and I have been working behind the scenes talking with our elected reps on the state level to see what they can do, and we've gone down some blind alleys and really haven't come to anything yet that's useful. But we have to consider that, and I don't know if we can partially build it and not have everything available at once, stage it, what we can do until we have more funding. There could be restrictions on that. These are the kinds of things we need to know before we go down any particular path, is what are all the options. If we have to lay off employees, you figure that each employee is worth about $100,000. So every million we need to fix would take about a 10 employee layoff on average. So these are all things that are going to have to be taken into consideration. But I'd like to have a little more organized discussion about where we stand, what our anticipated revenues are based I guess, on history, because we don't seem to have exact numbers, but we can kind of see how we've performed in the past. And then let's have a good discussion.
I agree.
Okay. All right, with that, we go to, what's that? Public comment on the CEO's report. None online, so with that, we can go to supervisors' reports. So, Supervisor Aaron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did submit a report in writing, which was included in the agenda. I had a couple of things come up since I've submitted my report, so I just wanted to let you all know. And in case you haven't had a chance to look at the COC meeting, it is on our YouTube channel. The point-in-time count for 2023 in Mendocino County went down by over 20%. And that's, you know, in effort countywide to increase housing for homeless individuals, as well as all of the work that the service providers are doing to support those individuals. So that's really important and monumental, and I would like to recognize that that has occurred. I hope that there will be a press release coming soon, but if not, you can find that information on the COC website. Cindy Roper is retiring from public health. That was just announced, and she served our county for 35 years. And so I just wanted to thank her for her service and all of the time that she's dedicated to the county and to the residents. Sheriff Kendall mentioned at public expression some challenges with homelessness, and he was mostly alluding to Fort Bragg. In the Ukiah area, we have been struggling in the Ora Creek area, which includes challenges to the folks that live in Ora Creek Commons and the back and forth that seems to be happening there. So I did want to let the public know that I'm having a walk and talk on Saturday at 10:15 a.m. regarding the neighborhood is known as the Wagon Seller neighborhood, but specifically I'll be talking about Ora Creek Park and Ora Creek Commons, and I'll be meeting people on the corner of the Great Redwood Trail at Brush Street.
That's literally your backyard. Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, we had a General Government Committee meeting yesterday, and on October 10th, we're going to have a special meeting, and it will be concerning the second round of ordinance changes or proposed changes. And so that will be at 9 o'clock in the chambers here. Supervisor Jurdy and I have been meeting as an ad hoc for the Cultural Services Agency. We've had some talks about the library and restructuring that organization, you know, the administration of it. And it's been, there's some good ideas out there. I think it will be well received. The Economic Summit last week, it was 3 days really of, you know, the SURF was the first day, which is a Community Economic Resiliency Fund. And it was people from Lake, Humboldt, Del Norte, and Mendocino. I think that the thing that really struck me was the need for regional collaboration on economic development activities. And certainly there's the commonalities for both opportunities and threats to our economy were very, there was a lot of agreement on where we were going and what we needed to be, you know, looking forward to and be aware of. And I thought KZYX's coverage of it this morning was really good. I thought they hit the key points of it. And on Saturday there was Indian Days up in Covelo, and the proclamation for Nicole Mann was delivered to Nicole Mann. She did a great presentation. Really connected with the community, and it was very uplifting and well received by the people there. So, and I just wanted to reiterate, I thought Supervisor Mulherin saying that we're not going to Chapter 9 is really the message that we need to put out, because it's our responsibility to manage the budget, and if we can't do it, then, you know, that's our job.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, so at our meeting, I think it was at the end of last month, the board appointed Supervisor Hashak and I to look at staff's restructuring, potential staff restructuring at the Cultural Services Agency. And looking to Sherry, was there anything we wanted to clarify for the purpose of that committee? I think staff thought it might be helpful if the definition of the ad hoc was maybe expanded just a little bit. So Sherry, did you have any clarification you wanted for the purpose of the ad hoc?
Yes, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So I believe the ad hoc right now has to look at the staffing and with the CSA director. And then I know that there has been some discussion about looking at the overall Cultural Services Agency, and then with respects to the library and museum, and then looking at locations and space. So I just would like a broader focus, a broader option for the ad hoc to look at, locations and if it should actually be a CSA agency.
And kind of with that in mind, I would like to appoint Supervisors Hasjack and Jurdy to continue their work with a little bit broader mandate.
Okay, I think that apparently staff wanted that to be clear in the minutes, I guess, that the mandate was a little bit broader than just the staffing.
Correct. Okay,
and just one other thing I wanted to mention, Some Clean Power is meeting this month, which will be next week, looking at a number of items, but of interest maybe to the general public is we're also looking at rate decreases for people who are Some Clean Power customers. That's because the finances of Some Clean Power are so healthy that we're able to do that. Isn't it nice to be on a board that has good finances?
I don't know what that's like. Actually, I do know what that's like. RCRC does pretty well because they have their own mortgage company, essentially.
Yeah, those organizations do exist.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I think I've said enough. And I know you're all probably not happy with me for bringing this up, but I'm really worried about, we started off the year in a really bad place. We gave some direction, but then we've been talking about everything else, acting like we don't have a financial crisis. I don't know how you figure the numbers when I write them down and look at it and go through the position allocation table of what we could trim. I just don't see an easy way to get there without a major restructuring. And the time to do that is not in March or April. The time to do it is before end of year, because it'll take time for staff to actually execute and implement whatever we come up with. And we're going to come up with ideas that require research. We gave a commitment that we were going to work on this as soon as we passed the budget, and more than a quarter's gone by, and we've really done nothing in this direction. The CEO's done some work. Golden Gate Initiative has really been working hard. They've been putting a team together, but the rate it's moving, we're not going to get there unless it accelerates, and I don't see it accelerating. I see it's resource constrained, and they've picked up the easy gains already. So I don't want to be throwing cold water on anybody's meeting, but I'm looking at it thinking we need to get realistic. My job is to start planning how we're going to balance the budget next year.
I think we all agree with you. I think that's why we have an agenda item coming.
Well, you know what happens to the messenger. Yeah, sometimes it's tough.
So on my list of things to do, so I would like to have an ad hoc for us to take a look again at air quality management district staffing, because we've been trying to fill in an executive director, and we haven't been successful so far, but there may be some other options. So Supervisor Williams, if you'd be willing to serve with me on that, I think we could probably get this set up pretty quickly. So that's the first thing I want to talk about. The second thing was, last week I attended RCRC. The first session on economic development was quite well done. I just want to acknowledge that the work that Supervisor Hasjack and CEO Antle have taken this real seriously and really tried to engage in trying to find a path forward for Mendocino County to build its financial capacity. And I appreciate that we now have Chuen Malala working with us and forming an economic development group within the county. I think that's critical because everything seems to be grant driven. So we really, in order to move forward, we need to be involved with that. We also have to be involved with the regional entities like Sonoma Mendocino Economic Development District and also the the California Economic Resiliency, whatever F stands for, I can't remember. SURF, would you say?
Fund.
Finance?
Fund.
Fund. So you know, we're trying to be in the middle of this with our limited resources that we have, and I think we're doing okay, you know, considering it's kind of an uphill battle sometimes. So also at RC, the other thing that I was able to do, there was one day that was kind of lightly staffed. It's a day traditionally where the supervisors go out and play golf, and I attended a conference that was going on in Salinas on agricultural automation and artificial intelligence, which was very, very interesting. So we can see the demand for the industry to cut down on labor requirements because they're getting so expensive and because they rely so much on labor from across the border that things like the lettuce industry probably in 10 years will be almost fully automated, everything from planting to picking. And we've seen that certainly with the grape industry. The demand, the amount of labor it takes to grow grapes today has been reduced about 50% from 15 years ago in terms of man hours. So that's definitely a trend that it's going to have an impact on rural communities throughout California. So I was really happy to attend that. That's all I have. Thank you. All right, and so next on our agenda is that we're going to go to closed session. So I need to read into the record that item 6B has been withdrawn at the request of the department. The board is going to adjourn. You hear items 6A and 6C. 6A being is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Agriculture Commissioner Sealers of Weights and Measures. And then 6C is pursuant to Government Code Section 549569, Conference with Legal Counsel, Initiation of Litigation 1 case. And this also is a call for public comment if anyone wants to say anything. Anyone in the room? Okay, so online we have Michael Katz.
Hello, Supervisors. Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I don't know if there's an intention to speak about the legislative platform agenda item today, but my comment is really related to state legislation, and I don't know if this is an appropriate time. I was trying to comment at the end of the Supervisors Reports. If the item is going to come back, great. If not, I can just make a brief comment now, but I wanted to check with you as to what you'd prefer.
Shall we?
There's no ledge platform. But...
No ledge platform report today.
Well, related then to the Supervisor Reports, I would just like to comment that previously, earlier last week, I had sent a communication to the supervisors alerting you all to the current bill AB 1207 that is headed to the governor's desk. This is a bill masquerading as a bill to protect children, but what it actually does is threaten to erase the identities of our small farming community and communities of color and entrepreneurs throughout the cannabis industry by disallowing imagery of humans, i.e. farmers, on any cannabis labeling. This bill is a significant overreach. It will not achieve the desired goals. There is an alternative bill that is moving through the legislature, SB 540, also on its way to the governor's desk, that will give the DCC more direction as to how to, approach addressing issues with labeling. But we urge each supervisor. We thank Supervisor Haschek for his letter. We urge each supervisor to provide a letter to the governor asking him to veto this bill, which will certainly devastate, if not completely destroy, some of our businesses who've already significantly invested in their branding and packaging and labeling. So thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to discuss further if any of you have any questions.
There's no questions this time. Thank you. Okay, with that.
May I request a 10-minute break?
10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene in closed session.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I suggest that I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting program.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia. Sí. Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family. When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land. And when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family. When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family. When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting program.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land and when you're in baby world you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family. When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting program.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land. And when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family. When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting program.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in babyland, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia. Sí. Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
So it's 5:43. We come back in session, and there's no reportable action from our closed session. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.